morning and warm greetings to each one of you. This is Sapna Elsa Abraham, Research Officer C3S, the host for today. We welcome you all to the one-day international conference on India-ASEAN Connect, Shared Values and Common Destiny, organized by Chennai Center for China Studies and National Maritime Foundation, Tamil Nadu chapter. The year 2022 marks the 30th anniversary of dialogue relations between ASEAN and India, and the 2022 is embarked as ASEAN-India Friendship Year. India has always hailed the deep cultural, economic, and civilizational ties that have existed between India and the Southeast Asia from time immemorial, and reiterates that India-ASEAN relationship forms the central pillar of India's Act East policy, which has now translated into a robust strategic partnership. Our today's conference seeks to analyze the three C's: culture, connectivity, and commerce, with ASEAN and its significance to India's foreign policy, and looking at the future trends and suggest policy options. Without any further ado, we will move on to the inaugural session. We welcome Ambassador S. Swaminathan, IFS, retired, and Ambassador Anil Wadhwa, IFS, retired, and Commodore R.S. Vasan onto the stage, please. I now request Commodore R.S. Vasan, Director General, Chennai Center for China Studies, and Regional Director, National Maritime Foundation, Tamil Nadu chapter, to deliver the welcome address.
Thank you, Sabna. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all the distinguished resource persons who have taken time to be with us. It's an important day for us. Ambassador Swaminathan, Ambassador Anil Wadhwa, and all other dignitaries who come here. They've taken the trouble of being with us to mark this occasion. As you know, it's 3 decades since we started looking east. The 91, the liberal look east policy was implemented. And a large component of this also was related to the lack of progress on our relations with the Southeast Asian countries and Asian economies. This is slowly being overcome. I'm not saying it's been totally overcome. There are miles to go before we can do that. But this, I think, is an important occasion to take stock of what have we done so far and what can be done in the future. So from that point of view, we decided that it will mark the occasion. It's also an important year for India with having taken over the presidency of G20. And G20 itself can do a lot for the look east policy, which has now become the act east policy. So we said we've only been looking all these years and we've not been acting enough. So maybe that's what prompted us to start really taking stock of what we can do in the coming years. From that point of view, what we are going to do today will be of great importance to policymakers and in our own drawing up of prescriptions of what more can be done. Southeast Asia, the ASEAN countries are not new to India. There has been a cultural connect. Just go back centuries ago, we had our own Cholas and others who are having deep influence in these areas. Even if you today go to Thailand or Indonesia or any of these countries, you'll see the strong cultural influences which are there. The moment you land in Bangkok, what you see is the Samudra Manthan, and with the Devas on one side and the demons on the other side, churning the oceans. Indirectly today, it's related to the blue economy, where you're harnessing the oceans to get the nectar out of it. So that is the significance of that place. Likewise, Ramayana. Each of these countries has their own version of Ramayana. And in fact, we are planning to screen that today, but those people who are professionals got some other commitment, so we could not do it. But we'll do it on another day to bring out the kind of cultural thread that is there. Talking about Bangkok, even today they have Ayutthaya, which I visited long time ago. And their kings are all called Ramas, Rama 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there is the kind of deep influences which are there. Even today, the coronation ceremony there or even a cremation for that matter, is carried out by Brahmins from Kerala or from Tamil Nadu. So that is the kind of deep cultural influences that were there. And everyone, I hardly need to remind you about Angkor Wat, where you see those temples, huge temples even today, which are there. They're in ruins is a different matter, but that is the kind of influences which are there. Indonesia, which is a Muslim country, you go to Bali and you see all the Hindu practices are still there. And their airlines is Garuda, a mythological bird from, Hindu mythology. And their currency carries Ganesha's picture. We in India may not carry that, but in Indonesia, Ganesha is still there, revered as a deity, who brings about prosperity. So all this tells us that there's so much more in terms of cultural connect that we have, and which is something on which we can build our future relations. So as far as ASEAN is concerned, at the strategic level, though we are talking about cultural connect today, is also central to the developments in the Indo-Pacific. That is another important point, and therefore the efforts that are being made by India today to ensure that the relations are forged in all these 3 C's that Sapna mentioned, culture, commerce and connectivity. This is something where that will guide the way in which we engage with ASEAN. ASEAN continues to be central to what we try to do in the Indo-Pacific. It is very central to our Act East policy, and therefore whatever we do here today is something more in terms of understanding how these cultural connects would enable us to move forward. We have excellent speakers here. We have about 4 sessions, and so the session wise, though I do not want to take too much time, just to tell you that in the session 1 we are going to look at cultural connection and people-to-people connects. And luckily we have Professor Suryanarayan, who is also a member of C3S, who started the South and Southeast Asian studies here in Madras University. So he will be chairing that session. And in session 2, we have connectivity and resilient growth options, which will be chaired by Ambassador Swaminathan. I must again place on record my deep gratitude to him. Despite his personal commitments, he's accepted our request to be here. And then the third session is all about trade, commerce and framework, which is going to be extremely important because we are looking at the cultural connect. And like I said, there will be a certain amount of confluence between the G20 objectives, of which India is the president today, and also the Act East policy of ours. This will be chaired by Ambassador Anil. Again, I must thank him. I did not know till last night that he came to Chennai very regularly, because otherwise I would have involved him long ago in C3S activities, but now is that we know that he comes fairly regularly, we will be involving him. And then we have a valedictory session. So I know all of you are looking forward to this, and to go back to the G20 objectives, which is what will drive our activities this year, it is very clear, the theme. It's one earth, one family, and one future. So this is what we would like to strive at in terms of how we want to engage with ASEAN, or for that matter, with our neighbors here, and at the globe, which is of course an overused term, but Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is the most apt term, though it's been very used. I'm happy that more people are using it, because I think that will bring about a greater understanding of what we mean by having globe as one family. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. We have with us Vice Admiral Pradeep Chauhan, AVSM and Bar VSM retired, Director General, National Maritime Foundation, joining us virtually to propose the theme address. Over to you, sir.
Hear me, and I want to say thank you once again to C3S and to Commodore Vasan, who has given me this opportunity to address you on the overarching theme of today's conference. I'm going to try and do that by means of a few slides that I have, and I'm going to try and share that right away, and then see whether we cannot progress appropriately down this line. Let me just try and share the screen, and see whether it can be actually visible. One second. Well, even if I can't manage the initial screening, let me at least start the presentation run that I have. Today, this business of India and ASEAN and its connect and the various shared values that we have and the common destiny that we hold, I think is of crucial importance to all of us. And so in this particular effort to generate a common destiny, identify our shared values, I think it's important for us to start with for me to start with the comment that both ASEAN and India believe that it is in their common interest to contribute to a region that is founded upon a rules-based order, and importantly, where these rules are actually they are consensually derived and not merely rules that have been determined in one or another country. I presume you can now start seeing the screen share. The important point is this business of international consensus generating the rules upon which we are founding our relationship. These rules will ensure that we live and we contribute to a region where the Comity of Nations is both intrinsic and assured, where every nation, big or small, is treated as an equal, where multiple options of governance are recognized as being functions of the independent choice of the people of each nation state, where the people of every state can live in dignity and peace, where the state protects the individual and the individual preserves the state in a symbiotic relationship designed to establish and spread stability across the region, and where malevolent and both state and non-state entities find neither spatial nor temporal room for maneuver, and where poverty is banished and prosperity sits in its place. Now, the reason why I have read this out is because this particular statement to me defines the values that we share with ASEAN as a country, as a people. 2019, perhaps even more than the 30th year of our relationship last in 2022. It was 3 years before that, 2019, that I think was particularly significant in the relationship and its development, because that was the year in which two major initiatives took place. One was at the 34th ASEAN Summit, where the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific was adopted. And the second was on the 14th, during the 14th East Asia Summit in Bangkok on the 4th of November, 2019, where the Prime Minister of India announced the initiative known as the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative, the IPOI. Now, the amalgam between these two is what I wish to talk about, because to me, this is the thematic underpinning that binds us and determines the manner in which we would jointly achieve our shared destiny. Now, the IPOI, the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative, is really to be likened, rather than the 7 pillars by which it is well known in the Ministry of External Affairs, it should be probably better to be envisaged as a web, a deeply interconnected web with 7 spokes. And these are the spokes of maritime security, maritime ecology, science, technology, and academic cooperation, disaster risk reduction and management, capacity building, resource sharing, trade, connectivity, and maritime transport, and maritime resources. Now, in each country, in each of these pillars, we are at pains to point out that, this is not some grand plan of India. in which other countries will either agree to fit in or reject or accept. These are India saying, hi, these are the 7 things that we need to do, the 7 thrust lines that we need to adopt. Does anybody wish to lead? And in each of these cases, the traction that this particular construct is gaining is evident from the fact that out of the 7 pillars, we already have 6 of them in which specific and formal commitments to lead have been established, as you can see in red on the screen before you. Basically, you can see that it is not necessary for only one country to lead. If you look at maritime resources, there's France and Indonesia, but not India. And if you look at science, technology, and academic cooperation, you have the lead being Singapore, marine ecology, the lead being Australia, and in some cases, the lead is shared between India and the UK. So on the one hand, this represents the inclusivity that both India and ASEAN seek and wish to underscore in their relationships with one another. The IPOI recognizes the imperative for all states in the region and all those with interests in the region to work collaboratively to safeguard the ocean. It is very, very important for each of us to understand equally what the IPOI is, as it is to understand what the IPOI is not. The IPOI, once again, to reiterate, is not some grand plan of India. India is merely saying that these are 7 issues that we need to address, and then we're saying, hi, does anybody want to lead? Do you want us to lead? Do you want to follow? Do you want us to be by your side? Do you not want us there at all? Anything will do. All of the above are acceptable. Now on from that, if you take the Indo-Pacific, we have 2 formulations that I think generate this particular thrust line that the present conference seeks to address. The first, as I've already mentioned, is the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative, which is the lower segment. And then you have the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific, which I began. And you can see that the Indo-Pacific is at the center of both these constructs, where each of us looks at the other with an increasing recognition of the centrality that the other occupies. This has already been touched upon by Commodore Vasan, and I'm sure that many speakers will emphasize the centrality of ASEAN, which is, of course, the founding principle or a foundational principle in the generation of both these constructs. And you can see that clear congruence exists between the functional framework of the Indo-Pacific perspectives of both ASEAN and India. One I've already mentioned. The second is the predominance of dialogue and cooperation instead of rivalry. The third is the pursuit of peace and stability as a prerequisite for prosperity. The fourth is the pursuit of inclusive development and prosperity for all. And the fifth is the criticality of the maritime domain. I just want to emphasize that in number 4, when we have a policy which Commodore Vasan made mention of, a policy is always the reduction in writing to what a country desires as its end state. And for us, the end state is that of a region in which security, which is not necessarily limited to military security, but is holistic security, is, along with growth, is the end state that we desire. We really, truly believe, as does ASEAN, that neither India's economy nor that of the member states of ASEAN, nor that of ASEAN as a collective, can actually ride on some crest, while the economies of our maritime neighborhood or our neighborhood in general are wallowing in some trough. We believe that all boats must rise with the economic tide. And then we have the primacy, once again, accorded to inclusivity, openness, and transparency, and the indispensability of this business of a rules-based framework whose structural strength is, as I have already mentioned, derived from internationally and consensually derived laws, treaties, and conventions, such as not only the grand ones like the UN Charter, but also regional ones such as the ASEAN Charter, the 1982 Convention on the Law of the Sea, the SOLAS Convention, the SUA Convention, the 1976 ASEAN Treaty of Amity and Cooperation, or the TAC, the 2011 EAS Principles for Mutually Beneficial Relations, and so on and so forth. Therefore, we also look and to establish a region in which there is the essentiality recognized of an abiding respect for sovereignty, the importance given to complementarity with existing ASEAN-led cooperation frameworks, such as the East Asia Summit, the ASEAN Regional Forum, the ASEAN Defense Ministers Meeting Plus, that is ADMM Plus, the expanded ASEAN Maritime Forum, and so on and so forth. Now, from that grand sort of acceptance of congruity between the constructs and the imaginations, the conceptualizations of the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific on the one hand, and the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative on the other hand, I have tried to see that what are the broad areas of maritime cooperation or cooperation in general between these two. And I've tried to put this tabularly in my presentation so as to be able to focus some attention, and then I will come at the very end to one or two small points of recommended way ahead, in my opinion, and in the opinion of the NMF. There is freedom of navigation and overflight within the AOIP, which is much more detailed, incidentally, much more detailed than the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative is, which is much broader. So you have this peaceful dispute settlement, promotion of maritime connectivity, maritime safety and security, promotion of maritime commerce, and the addressal of transnational crime, the development of a blue economy, sustainable management of marine resources, the addressal of marine pollution, mitigating the impacts of sea level rise, and tackling marine debris, which are covered by the corresponding thrust lines within maritime security, capacity building and resource sharing, maritime resources, capacity building and resource sharing once again. Since the two constructs, the two conceptualizations are different in the amount of detail that they cover. So you will find that several of these issues within the AOIP are covered by one and the same thrust line within the IPOI. Before I go any further, let me emphasize this business of impacting the impacts of sea level rise. You know, we talk about sea level rise a great deal, but there are two factors that we must bear in mind. The first is that the acceleration of sea level rise in the area of our commerce and our exchange, that means the Indo-Pacific, and within that, the Indian Ocean, Bay of Bengal side, is faster and higher than any other part of the world, and significantly so. If you take the amount of money that is required for adapting to sea level rise using only hard adaptive measures, then if you take Singapore as an example, you will see that for the Tuas terminal, which is coming up in Singapore, the amount of money that is required is almost 24 or 25% the capital cost of the entire project itself. If we're talking about a sea wall, then per kilometer of sea wall, which will cater for 0.7 meters of sea level rise, is of the order of 3.2 to 4.5 billion US dollars per kilometer. So clearly we need better solutions than that, and our areas of cooperation must address this sort of thing. Similarly, we have marine ecology being a constant worry, and I am delighted that countries like Australia have taken significant lead in this regard. India too is strongly focused upon maritime ecology, and as Commodore Vasan mentioned, the G20 presidency provides us an excellent platform with which to undertake such acceleration. The promotion of green shipping, the decision as to whether we should use non-fossil fuels altogether, whether hydrogen is the answer, whether hydrogen storage can be solved, whether ammonia can be the storage feature for hydrogen, whether ammonia can stand as an independent fuel. All of this is reflected in studies being undertaken by both ASEAN and India in terms of green shipping and the protection of the livelihood of coastal communities. There's technical cooperation, science, technology, and academic cooperation, in which, as you have seen, we have Singapore being the lead player in this area. If you go further and you take connectivity and connecting the connectivities themselves, you will find that all too often we have situations in which we are saying words like maritime connectivity, and they're like it's like a bouncer standing outside a room, and he says you can't come in because you don't know the password. What's the password? And then you say maritime connectivity, and he smiles and he says, by all means, please enter. And then you enter the room, and there are a large number of people there. All of them know maritime connectivity, but no one knows how to go further from there. So clearly, we need to, and we are engaged currently in disaggregating this term and working each one of the issues. That means you've got ports that are to be connected. Which are the ports that need to be connected? What is the medium over which this connection will be undertaken? What are the platforms that will be used, and what is the cargo that will be carried, or what material, people or cargo, which will be carried in terms of people-to-people connectivity. The UN SDG goals are, of course, well understood, and so too is the thrust line given to economic and other areas of cooperation. So in the last couple of minutes, what I wanted to emphasize was what kind of strategy could we adopt to actually give tangible meaning. You know, the problem with much of our confabulations, in my opinion, is that we fly at 38,000 feet. This is a wonderful place to be because you don't have to go into any details. Everybody can be comfortable with everybody else. But the problem is, the trick is, how do we make this plane, which is flying at 38,000 feet, land? How do we make it land without a crash and burn situation? So obviously, at 38,000 feet and all the way down to ground, we need strong political direction. This is more and more in evidence, as has already been mentioned by Commodore Vasan. I think that one of the most important features is for us to revitalize the AINTT, which languished on account of COVID, but which definitely provides a huge fillip to the number of thinking, the number of thoughts, the number of ideas, the effervescence that is required if the ASEAN-India common approach is to flourish. So in that, perhaps we need to task the National Maritime Foundation, we need to task the RIS, we need to task other members of the AINTT with submitting specific projects, not generic stuff, but specific projects which would leverage the complementarities that I just mentioned. We need to then undertake periodic reviews of these projects and the activities. That means they must be timelined. We must have milestones, and they must get monitored. We must review the ASEAN-India Free Trade Agreement and implement the new schemes that are in the offing. It is time to do this. We must be able to promote maritime connectivity, as I've already mentioned. Then one area which is really important, which we seldom leverage, is the need for us to promote B2B linkages in these AIOP and IPOI pillars. There is a need for us to increase the bilateral and regional development aid processes in the CLMV countries through lines of credit, technical assistance, etc. And my last point is that perhaps we need to give some thought to engaging with Japan as a partner in the IPOI AIOP Connect. So I think that, really speaking, this conference is the ideal takeoff level which allows ideas from distant Chennai, which was the center of much of our past glory, to once again assume their position of centrality and advise New Delhi. It is a foundational, fundamental mistake to think that all wisdom resides in Delhi. In fact, it does not, and much of it resides in Chennai. And I am simply delighted to be able to listen to some nuggets of that wisdom over the balance of this conference. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'll turn it over back to the organizers. Thank you, Swapna.
Thank you very much, sir, for setting the tone for the day. Now I take this opportunity to invite Ambassador Anil Wadhwa, IFS retired, former Secretary East, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, to deliver the keynote address.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, it's a great pleasure for me to be in Chennai for this conference organized by National Maritime Foundation and the C3 Chennai. It's a great platform. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak today. As Admiral Chauhan rightly said, I think all knowledge does not reside in New Delhi. There are various centers which are now emerging. Chennai is an old center which was in the center of things as far as maritime connect with the East Asian states is concerned, and it can certainly generate a lot of ideas. And today's conference, I'm sure, will generate a number of those important ideas which can be takeaways. So I've been asked to deliver a keynote address. Therefore, I must apologize that there will be some overlaps between what I'll be saying and what has been said by Commodore Vasan and Admiral Chauhan, because I just have to do that, and I will try and summarize that very briefly. But then I also have some suggestions and ideas based on the fact that for 2 years in New Delhi, I was dealing with the ASEAN and also the East Asia Summit in particular, where a number of initiatives are taken, but they are quickly forgotten. And that is the main bane of this relationship that I feel needs to be changed going forward. And how do we do that? It's up to us to generate ideas and for the policymakers to adopt them. So look, I'll start with the Act East policy. Now, we had the Look East policy in the 1990s. I would say it was recoined in 2015 as an Act East policy. Many people use the term transformed, but I wouldn't say that at all, because we did not transform the policy. I was a practitioner at that time in the ministry, and quite clearly, we started calling it the Act East policy because of two most important reasons. One was that we wanted a stronger commercial links with the ASEAN. And the other was that we wanted opportunities to create opportunities for connectivity and development of our northeastern states. Many people don't remember that this was the time when the northeast started to receive a lot of attention. Today we have a lot of attention focused on the northeast. But this was the beginning of that phase when it was so important that the northeast could also connect with the rest of the world. And so therefore we coined it the 3 Cs, etc., which we still call that today. But it's actually, the reason for this was that we wanted a much larger commercial connect. And now, of course, in 2022, we mark the 30th anniversary of our dialogue relations with India, celebrated that as a friendship year. And as we've heard, ASEAN, of course, is a very vital component of the regional and global multilateral order. India supports ASEAN's central position in the developing Indo-Pacific region, which is now the center of economic activity as far as the world is concerned. And our recognition of the centrality of ASEAN is aligned to the vision that we have for the Indo-Pacific. Because we don't see the Indo-Pacific as a strategy or a club of limited members. And that's quite often a misconception. Our Russian friends are sitting here in particular, and I keep on telling Ambassador Alipov, and before that Ambassador Kudashev, that you know, the perception that is there as far as India's stand is concerned is different. And so we see this as an inclusive and a natural region that ranges from the shores of Africa to that of Americas. And if you recall, Prime Minister Modi, when he was speaking at the Shangri-La Dialogue, and that happened some years ago in Singapore in 2018, I think, and he stated that the Indo-Pacific must be free, open, and inclusive. It should be grounded on rules and norms based on the consent of all, not on the power of a few, and characterized by respect for international law, including the freedom of navigation and overflight. And at that point, he had also said, and that is quite often missed, that it was ASEAN which had actually laid the foundation of the Indo-Pacific region, and key ASEAN initiatives embrace its geography by including India. Now, this transition happened somewhere around 2012 to 2015, when successive documents of the East Asia Summit you started using the word Indo-Pacific instead of Asia-Pacific. That's a very important milestone in history. And why that happened also is because of the fact that the freedom of navigation and the rules-based order in the Indo-Pacific was being disturbed. We know the reasons, so we will not go into that. So rather than being divisive or dismissive, the vision of India for the Indo-Pacific further reassures and reinforces the ASEAN. Now, over the past decades or so, India has made certainly very important progress in its relationship with the ASEAN and its related frameworks. We were a dialogue partner in 1996, then we were a summit-level partner in 2002, a strategic partner in 2012, and now we are a comprehensive strategic partner. And that happened at the 30th India-ASEAN Commemorative Summit in November 2022. So we have about 30 high-level dialogues. These are at ministerial level. They are in diversified fields with ASEAN, or at least they are at secretary level, if not at ministerial level. India has also been a very active participant in the East Asia Summit. Also, its related security economic groupings like the ASEAN Regional Forum, ARF as it's called, the ADMM Plus, the ASEAN Defense Ministers Plus, which has quite often many overlaps in its membership. And our relationship with ASEAN actually encompasses many aspects today. So not just political or security or economic or cultural, but there are also a lot of people-to-people ties which has been emphasized before. And then, as we know, this relationship also dates back to ancient times, because India had a significant influence on the cultures of Southeast Asia, particularly through the spread of Hinduism and Buddhism. South Indian dynasties were very prominent in South Asia. And in ASEAN countries like Cambodia or Laos or Indonesia, Vietnam, Thailand, or even Myanmar today, the influence of India is quite visible, whether it's art or culture or civilization. And there's also Indian religion, political thought, literature, the mythology, the art forms. They were absorbed very quickly into the local cultures because there was a fair amount of interaction with Indians who settled in Southeast Asia. And we all know that Buddhism also traveled to Southeast Asia from India in 3rd century BCE. So therefore, India has a significant influence. If you look at the cuisine in Southeast Asia also, in the traditional names which have a root in Sanskrit, in countries like Indonesia or Thailand, and then Indian medicine, traditional medicine, which has a lot of similarity with Southeast Asia. So today, as I said, our relationship with ASEAN is going in the direction of economic integration, market access, investment and trade. And the reason why India needs deeper economic integration with ASEAN and also needs to engage it very actively is because ASEAN consists of 1.85 billion people. It has a combined GDP of $3.8 trillion. And we have the ASEAN-India Trade in Goods Agreement, the ASEAN-India Trade in Services Agreement, and the ASEAN-India Investment Agreement. They've all entered into force and also have been ratified by both sides. There was a time when Cambodia was a holdout for the investment and services treaties, but that is now behind us. So bilateral trade has risen between India and ASEAN. It reached about $98 billion in 21-22, even though the pace, of course, could have been faster. So this area requires much more attention. And how can it be done? It can be done through the creation of some new and resilient supply chains between India and ASEAN. Right now, the focus is on digital trade so that it can bring down the costs and therefore push up exports from both sides. There's a feeling in Indian policymakers that this can only be done by a review of the ASEAN-India Agreement on Trade if India has to benefit equally from an agreement. And that a revamped India-ASEAN Free Trade Agreement, it is felt, will compensate to some extent for India not being part of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Cooperation Agreement, the RCEP, as we know it. But at the moment, I don't personally see any urgency on the part of ASEAN as far as this review is concerned. Now, obviously, because when you have something which is going right for you, you don't want to disturb the status quo. So both sides have to agree on that. And unless that happens, we cannot expect that that review will then lead to reinforcement of trade. So we've got to find out other means meanwhile. There's been an Indo-Pacific economic framework which has been launched by the United States in May 2022. Of course, that includes India and 7 ASEAN countries. And that can also help in taking the economic agenda forward between India and ASEAN. But the fact remains that this is an agenda of the United States. And we must also keep that in mind because it is setting certain amount of standards which may or may not be directly effective in increasing bilateral trade and investments. So one can't sort of think that this is a panacea for increasing our trade and investment. ASEAN, if you look at the investments, it's been about $117 billion between April 2000 to February 2022 into India. And then India has invested about $55 billion between April 2019 till March 2022. So investment flows, if you look at them, if you analyze them carefully, they are predominantly to and from Singapore. And there is a need, therefore, to diversify this and expand the investments with a host of other ASEAN countries, not as if we don't have interactions in different industrial fields with other countries of ASEAN, but that investment has not happened to the extent that it has happened through Singapore. Perhaps other investments from ASEAN also are rooted from Singapore, and for that, one has to analyze the reasons also why that is happening. Next is connectivity, which we are going to talk about in detail today. Connectivity is a key aspect of improving our economic relation with ASEAN, whether it is land, by sea, or by air. And of course, India and ASEAN will both benefit if the construction of our trilateral highway, which will connect India, Myanmar, and Thailand, and then later on expand into Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam, if that is speeded up and completed in the near future. But currently it is bogged down because of political, financial, and governance constraints in Myanmar. We also have one other big project, which is the Kaladan multimodal transport project, linking Kolkata to Sitwe port in Myanmar, extending into Mizoram by the river and the land route. Now this project again has been stuck for a while because of the political situation in Myanmar. Then we had a $1 billion credit line, which was announced by India in 2015 by Prime Minister Modi to enhance what we call the digital and infrastructure connectivity with ASEAN. Now, the utilization has been less than satisfactory. We keep talking about it, and we've talked about it for many, many years. But the reasons for why it has not been utilized must be analyzed and they must be resolved. After all, there must be reasons why ASEAN countries are not utilizing this. And we, at the same time, had announced $77 million for developing manufacturing hubs in the CML countries, which is Cambodia, Myanmar, and Laos. And that has taken off quite well, because that has been very successful. The soft infrastructure which is required for opening of the trilateral highway, because after all, one day is going to come, that includes a motor vehicles and licensing agreement, the customs checkpoints and documentation, and also we need some economic hubs along the highway when the trilateral opens. Because without that, you will not have a successful trade flow between the three countries. So this is essential because if you need that highway to be viable, then Myanmar must be directly involved in it. And we must understand that rather than just talking about it and try and get that working and be in place. Again, the northeast of India by itself must be able to export its own produce and benefit economically rather than becoming just a cheap importer of goods. And most urgently, the last mile connectivity to border areas and to the seaports and development of the northeast itself is important so that India can hope for a balanced trade and utilize the full potential of its northeastern states. So that is something which needs to be also kept in mind going forward. Now, as far as India is concerned, it's constantly striven to build the capacity of ASEAN to the best of its ability. It doesn't have the same capacity as some other countries. You have China, you have Japan, you have EU, you have Australia, you have New Zealand, you have Korea. All these are partners of ASEAN. So we are just one of the players, and therefore we have a limited ability to do that. When you're talking amongst ourselves in this room, we think that India and ASEAN have an exclusive relationship. It's not like that. There are other people who are doing things also with ASEAN. So how do we do these joint activities with ASEAN? These are identified either as part of a 5-year plan of action or through work plans, as we call them. The work plans of cooperation which are generated during interactions with the ASEAN sectoral bodies or institutions. And India, of course, is looking to partner, as Admiral Chauhan said, partner ASEAN in enhancing blue economy cooperation, investing in the development of desalinization technologies, harvesting the biodiversity, and searching and excavating marine minerals in the state seas. It is setting up coastal surveillance networks, is constantly enhancing the capacity of shared maritime domain awareness with its partners. There's been a concentration on defense agreements at the bilateral level, the strengthening of defense ties with countries like Singapore, like Vietnam, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Myanmar, and Thailand. And India carries out maritime exercises with countries like Singapore and Indonesia. And then the Indian Navy conducts the Milan exercise with the navies of Indian Ocean region at the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. India and Singapore already have an agreement for a mutual logistics pact, which was signed a few years ago. So that helps the Indian Navy's operational turnaround. And this year, in the first quarter of 2023, the first ever ASEAN-India maritime exercise is scheduled to take place, where the focus is expected to be on interoperability and exchange of best practices amongst all the navies. Now we look at the financing of this relationship. So besides the 50 million ASEAN-India Cooperation Fund, this was later augmented again in 2016 by another $50 million. India has a 1 million green fund, later augmented to $5 million, which helps in undertaking cooperative projects with climate impact mitigation. And in 2016, the corpus of a fund which is meant for enhancing science and technology with ASEAN was also enhanced by India from 1 million to $5 million. Then we have two major space projects with ASEAN for tracking data and reception data processing stations located at Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam, and in Biak in Indonesia. The one in Ho Chi Minh City is still not operational because of local land issues, because there's a tussle between the central and the state government in Vietnam. So India is working to enhance the cooperation with ASEAN in digitization, especially the financial structure and e-governance, cyber security, because that's of great interest. Of course, India is ideally placed to use its niche area of IT power for customs and risk management in the ASEAN countries. So that's proceeding well. India and its partners like Japan, Australia, and the US, who are part of the Quad, could partner other governments or the private sector to mitigate the risk and to shorten lead times in the region. The Quad, however, and I must point this out very clearly here, is not a grouping entirely welcomed by ASEAN in all its respects, because it takes away from ASEAN centrality. I mean, how would you feel if there is a central body of ASEAN which is operating in the region and some other grouping comes in and imposes itself? So therefore, it's seen sometimes as a disruptor. So what should be done? The Quad, therefore, must be seen as a means of delivery for global good, not an exclusive club, and it must work to encompass the development agenda of the ASEAN countries. So in other words, we have to, as Quad countries, they must remember the ASEAN has a development agenda, and whatever they do has to be tailored to that agenda. Only then the Quad activities will be acceptable. Now, India has also been imparting training in English language, in IT, law enforcement, and capital market skills to personnel in countries like Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam, and Myanmar. And scholarships have been offered in Nalanda University. There's been training done for civil servants in disaster risk management and drought management. And then, of course, an exchange of parliamentarians take place between us. There's the network of think tanks, which Admiral Chauhan pointed out in one of his slides. The ASEAN-India Eminent Person lecture series, which goes on. And then, as Admiral Chauhan pointed out in great detail, we have proposed the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative in the East Asia Summit. This objective is, of course, to have partnership based on principles of free trade and sustainable use of maritime resources. And they have three main goals: wealth creation, welfare promotion, and cooperative win-win strategies. So it draws upon the existing regional architecture. It's not an imposition, as Admiral Chauhan pointed out. And these 7 pillars, as we call them, which he named, and I won't go into the details, they are for maritime connectivity as well as for maritime transport. They are going to be enhancers, because we have other partners who are going to work with us, with the ASEAN countries in the region. So obviously, the elevation of ties as it goes along with ASEAN must ensure greater coordination between India's Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative and the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific, because that is aimed also at promoting an enabling environment for peace, stability, and prosperity in the region, in addressing the common challenges that we have, and upholding the rules-based regional architecture, promoting closer economic cooperation so that trust can be created. So I think the priorities of these two initiatives, as Admiral Chauhan said, they overlap quite a bit. And as we elevate our ties with ASEAN, we should also look at elevating the cooperation which is envisaged under both these initiatives. Now, despite all that has happened and what I have summarized for you over the years, one still gets the feeling that of stagnation in the relationship. At least I get it. I don't know how many of you feel that. So what more can India do to reinvigorate its ties with ASEAN? I think there have been many unfinished and unfulfilled initiatives. That's number one. For example, India's involvement in the idea of developing port infrastructure in Sabang. That's quite significant and could be a game changer, but that needs a quicker follow-up. Sea links are very vital between the eastern seaboard of India, where we are, including the port of Chennai, port of Ennore, with the CML countries. There's a need to improve transshipment links with our partners like Malaysia, with Singapore, Indonesia, and Thailand. So we've tried out experimental routes and have turned out to be quite promising. But these need to be scaled up. We need to be scaled up as quickly as we can. There was a proposal also to link Dawei port in Myanmar because it was being developed with Japan and Thailand, and linking it eventually with Chennai port in India. But Japan, Thailand, and Myanmar all need to come together with India with finance and other ideas in order that this proposal fructifies and succeeds. Now, in the current atmosphere, that proposal is totally on the back burner. India and ASEAN also need to look at shipping joint ventures, related concessions to an agreement on maritime transport. It's very important. So while we have flight connections from Tier 1 and Tier 2 cities, quite well established with Singapore, with Thailand, with Malaysia, and now also Indonesia, the other countries either lack direct links or had inadequate links with India. So you've got to go to these countries. Supposing you were to fly to Brunei, you'd probably take a flight somewhere else and then go to Brunei. It doesn't work otherwise. This is an impediment to tourism. It's an impediment to trade and also to investments. So therefore, India and ASEAN need to work towards an ASEAN-India comprehensive air services agreement, which will benefit trade, investments, as well as tourism. There are some other new areas which have emerged recently. These are the areas of collaboration between India and ASEAN, mainly based on a green energy transition. And that includes solar energy, wind energy, and green ammonia, which was being talked about by Admiral Chauhan, which is still under study. There is an important proposal for power grid connection with Southeast Asia, because that grid already has come about in our northeast. And after Bangladesh and Myanmar, it could be extended to countries like Thailand. The new age fintech-related resources, sharing of Indian digital technologies like UPI, cooperation in healthcare and vaccines, and digital monitoring, and then mapping of pandemic-like situations. Most importantly, India also needs to present itself as a viable alternative to other partners, as I said, in the ASEAN economic and strategic landscape. There are other partners, so India needs to be a viable partner. So this comprehensive strategic partnership with ASEAN, which we just entered into, should enhance our cooperation in areas like energy and health investment, in Make in India programs also in technology, climate change mitigation. But then we have areas like startups and innovation, empowerment of youth and women, hardly touched, and also development of micro, small, and medium enterprises, because most of ASEAN, especially the CLM countries, are based on SMEs, small and medium enterprises. So all this requires, in my view, a much higher allocation of manpower. The ASEAN division of the Ministry of External Affairs in New Delhi has got 3 people. And also the Indian mission in ASEAN, which has maybe 4 or 5 people. So adequate follow-up of projects with the ASEAN Secretariat, with the individual ASEAN countries, and a focus on completing the connectivity projects with ASEAN requires that you have to have much more manpower. India will also need to make continuous efforts to develop better defense and cultural links also socio-economic ties. And essentially, the task is to strengthen the interdependencies with countries of the ASEAN. Whether you do it with partners or you do it on your own, but you've got to find ways and means to do it and concentrate on the new areas to do it. I'll just end there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. For proposing the special address, I now invite Ambassador S. Swaminathan, IFS retired, former Indian Ambassador to Iceland. Over to you, sir.
Well, Ambassador Wadhwa, Commodore Vasan, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, I'm at quite a disadvantage. We've had some super presentations, both from Ambassador Wadhwa and Admiral Chauhan. So instead of my going over the ASEAN centrality in our foreign policy, which I had planned to start with and then go on to connectivity matters, I'd rather perhaps curtail my presentation to the connectivity aspects. Ambassador Wadhwa had mentioned about the physical connect. You know, the two main projects that we have, the India, Myanmar, Thailand trilateral highway and the Kaladan project. Now, as far as the Kaladan project is concerned, I do believe that our Minister of Ports and Shipping had mentioned recently that the Sitwe port on the Myanmar side is ready for operations. It's completed. The boat route is now, I believe, being worked on, but we still have some issues on our end and around Calcutta, where there are some issues of land availability. But hopefully that will work. And there was a recent article about, coming back to the trilateral highway, that the Myanmar government has extended by a year, for the year 2023, their ceasefire agreement with the radical groups, which of course does make one feel that there is a possibility that the last 100 kilometers, which is left in the trilateral highway, could perhaps get a move on now. Ambassador Wadhwa had mentioned about the importance of the Northeast being developed, connectivity in the Northeast, and I find that the Government of India has allocated a special fund of nearly 1,34,000 crores for developing a number of infrastructure projects to improve connectivity throughout the Northeast region. These include 20 railway projects, which are worth about 74,000 crores for 2,011 kilometers spreading across the Northeast. The intention is to connect all the capitals in the Northeast with a rail link. The government is also developing 4,000 kilometers of roads in the region at a total cost of 7.27 billion. And there are 15 ongoing air connectivity projects in the Northeast area. Let me now come to Digital Connect, which was also touched upon by Ambassador Wadhwa. With the increasing penetration of digital technology in all aspects of our lives, our cooperation in ICT and SNT areas has also become equally important. The fourth industrial revolution provides us an opportune time to enhance our cooperation in digital connectivity. You know, during the pandemic, many of us, many societies, discovered the real potential of digital connectivity because, all of us were stuck at home, but we still needed supply chains, we needed stuff, and whether it was in terms of government or business or indeed public needs like finance, education, and health, the digital medium helped provide better and more effective solutions and kept the supply chains open. We were able to carry our lives on. India as Ambassador Wadhwa had mentioned, has made significant investments in creating a robust digital infrastructure, including platforms like UPI for digital finance, Aadhaar for unique identification, Arogya Setu for tracking infections, and the CoWIN portal for facilitating vaccination. Now, in the ASEAN also, the promotion of digital economy is a priority. Strengthening digital connectivity between India and ASEAN, therefore, seems to be a logical area of cooperation, which, of course, would lead to more economic prosperity and development. In this context, India and ASEAN can also work together to address the digital gap by sharing experiences and solutions. Now I'd like to talk about Financial Connect. There's a very interesting thing about to happen, which is the integration of India's UPI, the United Payment Interface, and Singapore's Pay Now real-time payment systems. This is expected to go live soon. The Pay Now linkage will enable users make instant low-cost fund transfers directly from one bank account to another between Singapore and India. Now, the beauty is this integration will enable fund transfers to be made from India to Singapore using mobile phone numbers, and from Singapore to India using UPI virtual addresses, the VPA. This linkage will also help provide for increased volumes of remittance traffic, multi-entity participation, and automation of capital control rules. This move is a major milestone in the development of next generation infrastructure for cross-border payments between Singapore and India. Now, I think many of you might have read recently the government, the UPI has said that 10 countries, people from 10 countries will be able to use the UPI. But there is a fundamental difference. In that, Indians living overseas will use their Indian accounts in India, NRO or NRE, to do a UPI transaction. But here, it will be a transaction from India to Singapore or Singapore to India, which is very interesting. And one of the things which Ambassador Wadhwa had touched on this on financial inclusion, but we could work very seriously to extend, to sort of enhance the number of countries by including other major ASEAN trading partners, Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, Vietnam, for example, to try and create similar network of UPI and a local system. Because then the trade financing or payment of, settlement of trades would become that much more simpler and easier. Next, I'd like to talk about the education connectivity. Education has also emerged as a two-way channel connectivity between India and ASEAN members. Countries like Malaysia and Thailand have very strong student exchange programs. Every year, a large number of Malaysians, which some years is over 1,000, come to study medical and dental sciences in India. And the government has, to encourage more students from ASEAN countries to study in India, offered 1,000 PhD scholarships at IITs. They offered fellowships for ASEAN students at Nalanda University, scholarships to students from MGC countries through ICCR, and the ASEAN India Network of Universities. I feel we should continue to promote the study as well as the documentation and dissemination of knowledge on India's civilizational links with ASEAN countries. Our ACTIS policy lays focus on this third pillar of India-ASEAN relationship, the socio-cultural. I believe it will be opportune to plan a set of scholarships for research scholars, including from India, to work on this, the documentation and dissemination of knowledge on India's civilizational links. Then the socio-cultural contact. ASEAN region's immense wealth in the form of historical monuments, and civilizational heritage stand witness to our common cultural connect. Conservation of heritage sites has been another important area for cooperation between ASEAN and India. India has, of course, funded a number of projects, including Angkor Wat and Wat Phu restoration projects. A heritage list is now under preparation at the ASEAN of these historical monuments. Once it is ready, I believe we should look at appropriate actions for preservation and restoration of common heritage sites. The diverse ethnic and cultural affinity has also increased the scope to further tourism, especially religious tourism, ecotourism, and cultural tourism. The trilateral highway, of course, would be a great boon for this, because it would help in building connectivity and reviving Buddhist linkages. Sorry. You know, geographically, historically, and politically, and from what we've heard today, we know that the Indo-ASEAN region is not artificial or contrived, but it's an organic entity with a clear identity. It hence lends itself naturally and with the way we have brought forward our relations in the present, which is CCC. Culture, which is the way people, you know, their beliefs, their practices and values connect, make more meaningful interactions and develop relations, which naturally leads to the third, which is commerce. And that's why I believe the way forward for us today is the Indo-ASEAN Plan of Action for 2021-25. It's a very comprehensive document covering the entire spectrum of our multifaceted relationship. I believe the successful implementation of this plan of action would further build and strengthen our very special relationship. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We take this opportunity to release the 2023 brochure of C3S. For this, I kindly invite Ambassador S. Swaminathan to do the honors by releasing the brochure, and the copies to be received by Ambassador Anil Wadhwa and Commodore R.S. Vasan. May I now request Commodore R.S. Vasan to felicitate the dignitaries.
Chauhan, if you are there, I'm bringing your copy to Delhi.
Thank you very much, sir. As we have reached the conclusion of the inaugural session, I invite my colleague, Mr. Sai Rakshit, Research Intern C3S, to present the vote of thanks.
A warm and graceful morning to our esteemed speakers, guests, and everyone gathered here. I, Sai Rakshit, Research Intern at Chennai Center for China Studies, propose the vote of thanks on behalf of C3S and National Maritime Foundation, Tamil Nadu Chapter. First and foremost, our sincere thanks to Vice Admiral Pradeep Chauhan, AVSM and BA, VSM, Indian Navy Retired, Director General of National Maritime Foundation, for joining us virtually and delivering the theme address and setting the tone for the day. We also take the opportunity to extend our sincere thanks and gratitude to Ambassador Anil Wadhwa sir, IFS Retired, and Ambassador S. Swaminathan, IFS Retired, for being here with us today and gracing the occasion by delivering the keynote address and special address respectively. We also extend our gratitude to the serving officers of Indian Armed Forces, veterans, dignitaries from foreign missions in Chennai, and distinguished members of C3S. Our appreciation and thanks to friends from media who have taken time to be with us today. Last but not the least, we request all young minds from colleges across Chennai who are attending today's conference to make the best use of it and be benefited. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be dispersing for a tea session. The tea has been organized in the Greenways Hall adjacent to the conference venue. We request you all to please be back by 10:55 sharp, as we have guests joining from Singapore virtually. The next session after the tea break will be on the theme Building Bridges, Cultural Connections and People-to-People Ties. Thank you. May I request all the distinguished speakers to take a group photo. The first session for today is on the theme Building Bridges, Cultural Connections and People-to-People Ties. The session will be chaired by Professor V. Suryanarayan, Founding Director, Center for South and Southeast Asian Studies, University of Madras. The distinguished speakers for today are Ms. Joanne Lynn Wailing, Lead Researcher and Coordinator, ASEAN Studies Center, Yusuf Aishak Institute, Singapore. Dr. Chitra Madhavan, historian and expert on architecture, sculpture, and iconography. Mr. Saurajit Ghosh, PhD scholar, Nalanda University. May I now request Mr. Saurajit Ghosh, PhD scholar, Nalanda University, to come to the stage, please. I will be introducing each speakers and their topics. The first speaker is Ms. Joanne Lynn Wailing, delivering the special address on the topic India-ASEAN Connect, ASEAN Perspectives. She is the lead researcher and coordinator, ASEAN Studies Center, Yusuf Aishak Institute, Singapore. The second speaker is Dr. Chitra Madhavan, historian and expert in architecture, sculpture, and iconography. Her topic for today is Reflections of India in Southeast Asia. The third speaker for today is Mr. Saurajit Ghosh, PhD scholar, Nalanda University. The topic for today is Role of Buddhist monastic women in strengthening diplomatic and cultural relations in Southeast Asia. Audience, please note, after every session, we will be having a question answer session. Please ensure that you stick to direct questions and avoid any statements. Thank you. For starting the session, I now hand over the proceedings to the session chair.
As senior professor in Madras University, I used to ask the MPhil students in my first class, why is the United States the most powerful country in the world? I used to get various answers, is economically very powerful, militarily powerful and all. And I clinched the issue by saying that the United States is the first country in the world which realized that knowledge is power. And it was the first country to realize the salience between knowledge and diplomacy. And they and as you all know, American universities attract scholars from all parts of the world. And they have put forward theories, some of them are good, some of them have done incalculable harm. And one of the most incalculable harm that the US scholars have done is to divide our part of Asia into South Asia and Southeast Asia. The Ministry of External Affairs every year brings out an annual report. There is a chapter called the immediate neighborhood, and there is a chapter known as emerging neighborhood. I was asking in a seminar which I participated a few years ago when Raghunath, the Foreign Secretary, was present. How much more near should Indonesia be to India for the Mandarins in the South Bloc to realize that Indonesia is not emerging neighborhood, but immediate neighborhood? How much more should Thailand be near to Indira Point for the Mandarins in the South Bloc to realize that it is not immediate neighborhood, but it is not emerging neighborhood. But the distance between Indira Point and the island of Pubresh in northwest Sumatra is less than the distance between Chennai and Tirupati. The distance between Indira Point and Phuket in Thailand is less than the distance between Chennai and Madurai. But we accepted the division of South Asia and Southeast Asia, and therefore the Southeast Asian countries for a long, long time became intellectually very, very distant. I have been, since early 1980s, trying to work on how to bring together South and Southeast Asia. And I was the first one to write in early 1990s in an article in the Hindu, a plea for Bay of Bengal community. And when I say Bay of Bengal community, it also includes the Andaman Sea and the Malacca Straits. The fact that neither China nor Pakistan were members of literal states of Bay of Bengal community was at that time another attraction for us. But the Mandarins in the South Bloc were opposed to it. One of my good friends who was ambassador in Thailand, I forget his name, Bengali, he was caught with the idea and told Ambassador Mani Dixit that we should promote the concept of Bay of Bengal community. Mani Dixit told him it's a non-starter. But he did not give up hope. He persuaded the foreign minister of Thailand to make the proposal. And since Thailand made the proposal, we could not say no. And BIMSTEC, as I put it, has yet to make a very good beginning. Take the case of fisheries. Andaman Sea is one of those rare seas in the world where fish die of old age. And in our exclusive economic zone, Thai fishing vessels Taiwanese fishing vessels, Japanese fishing vessels, they come. Why should we not cooperate with each other and exploit the resources? Maritime terrorism could be curbed by cooperation. We helped the Sri Lankan government in tackling the problem of LTTE by providing the details of the boats which were carrying arms to the LTTE, and the Sri Lankan Air Force used to bomb them out, and without adequate weapons, the LTTE became fish out of water. You mention anything, there are areas of cooperation, but I still feel that we are yet to make headway in this direction. My next point. Few years ago, Narasimha Rao went to Thailand, 1993 if I am not mistaken. A.N. Ram was the ambassador, and Narasimha Rao was to have spoken in the Thammasat University. And both of them are Telugus, that brought them closer together. On the way to the university, A.N. Ram suggested to Narasimha Rao, it is the desire of every Thai Buddhist to come to India on pilgrimage, to visit Lumbini, where Lord Buddha was born, to Benares, where he set in motion his principles and ideas, and to Gaya, where he attained nirvana. And A.N. Ram added, if you make a suggestion that those Buddhist pilgrims who want to come to India on pilgrimage, we will not charge any visa fee, whole of Thailand will be very happy. Narasimha Rao caught the idea and made that suggestion. Next day, the whole of Thailand went gaga over it. But it took 3 years for our bureaucrats to implement that suggestion. That too, with lot of modification. Only Buddhist monks will be exempt from visa fee. You take the case of any community, Indian Hindus who are there, Buddhists who are there, Muslims who are there, Christians who are there, all of them would like to come to India on pilgrimage. And if we discard the visa fee, there will be a quantum number in the pilgrims who are coming to India. A friend of mine had made a study as to how much money each pilgrim spends in India. Ambassador Wadhwa, they spend minimum $10,000. Is the visa fee so important? I wish that my suggestion is taken into consideration. Reduce it to $1. Give visa on arrival. Give them good accommodation. Remove the touts from the scene. And our connectivity, cultural connectivity with Southeast Asia will take a quantum jump. I do not know how many of you are aware of the fact that the first training to the Air Force of the Southeast Asian countries was taken even before independence. Sharir, who was the Prime Minister of the Indonesian Republic, came to New Delhi to attend the Asian Relations Conference, which was held in March, April 1947. Biju Patnaik brought him in his aircraft. And in the course of his conversation with Jawaharlal Nehru, Nehru asked him, what exactly do you want? And Sharir said, again, Dutch bombing, we do not have any defense. There was at that time a private operator in Allahabad who was training pilots. 18 Indonesian pilots were trained in Allahabad. And they could not go back directly to Indonesia. They went via Burma, and they joined the UNU government's army to fight against the Kachins and the Karen rebels. Few years ago, I was in a seminar organized by K. Subramaniam, at that time IDSA director, on India-Indonesia relations. Next to me was Yuwono Sudarsono, who later became the foreign minister of Indonesia, and who in every Shangri-La lecture used to mention about possible Indian role in Southeast Asia. Yuwono Sudarsono's father was the first ambassador of the Indonesian Republic in New Delhi. Those days, the Indonesian embassy was located in Aurangzeb Road. Chanakyapuri had not yet come up. And Yuwono Sudarsono studied in Delhi public school. He joined the NCC and he was leading the NCC contingent in First Republic Day Parade. During the seminar, he disappeared for 1 hour. When he rejoined, I asked him, why did you disappear? You don't know. Then he said, I went to Delhi Public School where I studied. This is the connection between India and India. I can cite several other instances. I'll give you another time up. Sorry, my chain of thoughts have been disturbed. I'll stop here. There is time in the course of the seminar. I'll mention these points. You can call your Singapore delegate to speak.
Thank you very much, sir. The first speaker for today is Ms. Joanne Lynn Wailing, Lead Researcher and Coordinator, ASEAN Studies Center, Yusof Ishak Institute, Singapore. She'll be delivering the special address on the topic India-ASEAN Connect, ASEAN Perspectives.
Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you from Singapore. I hope that you can hear me well. Is it okay? Yes, first let me thank the Chennai Center for China Studies and the National Maritime Foundation for inviting me to speak at this important international conference on India-ASEAN Connect. And I apologize that I'm unable to join you in person in Chennai, but I can imagine the amount of networking and interactions you can enjoy with each other. I was in Delhi just a couple of months ago speaking for the National Maritime Foundation as well, and that atmosphere was good. So this is actually a very timely topic as ASEAN and India celebrated the 30th anniversary of dialogue relations last year. So a comprehensive strategic partnership was also established last year to underscore precisely the strong foundation, shared values, and common destiny that ASEAN and India share, which is an appropriate theme for today's conference. So the question for all of us right now is, what exactly makes India an increasingly important partner of ASEAN, and how we can actually find ways to forge a common destiny? I mean, after all, ASEAN has many important dialogue partners, including the US, China, Japan, and the EU, among others, which actually enjoys very good economic and trading relations with ASEAN, and maybe even more extensive than India. So I guess at the end of the day, it boils down to three aspects, which I will address today. First is exactly what this session is about, and Prof. Suryan has given a very good introduction. It's about cultural connections and people-to-people ties. Second is about India's role as a rising middle power, something that I am personally very passionate in my research. And third, the immense potential of both ASEAN and India, which has yet to be achieved. So thank you for allowing me to keep my remarks very broad, although this session is about cultural ties. So apart from the geographical proximity, as Prof. Suryan mentioned earlier, India's culture is becoming a part of the social fabric of ASEAN countries. And this is keeping in mind that there are around 20% of Indian diaspora in Southeast Asia. And I would say that India's culture actually goes beyond the historical or religious linkages that we enjoy in Southeast Asia, such as the Angkor Wat in Cambodia, the Borobudur Temple in Indonesia, or the epic Ramayana that is played around the region. But also increasingly, it's about the food, the fashion, and popular culture, such as Bollywood movies and figures like Shah Rukh Khan. And I'm sure that if Shah Rukh Khan comes to Singapore or any countries in Southeast Asia, he will probably draw more crowds, than any other regional celebrity. So sometimes, these sort of aspects are things that it's happening in our lives, but, we may not exactly put it into academic literature. So that is why, as the country coordinator of ASEAN-India dialogue relations since August 2021, Singapore Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong has been emphasizing on the importance of people-to-people relations, amongst, of course, many other aspects of cooperation. So second, I think beyond our shared culture, ASEAN and India are also increasingly finding ways to seek shared values and alignment. I mean, this is a research area that I have been looking at, and that is having shared values and alignment in the evolving regional architecture of what we call the Indo-Pacific region. And I can recall a record number of conferences, seminars, and dialogues held last year to explore not only potential cooperation between ASEAN and India, but actually also to find that synergies between the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific, or what we call the AOIP, and India's Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative. So we know that geopolitical developments in the region or even globally will usually drive countries closer together or further apart. So in the case of ASEAN and India, developments in the Indo-Pacific has shown that there is potential for greater geostrategic alignment, which can actually help to elevate the relations to a higher level. And this is especially important to substantiate the comprehensive strategic partnership that ASEAN and India is enjoying right now. So as such, the ASEAN-India joint statement on the cooperation on the AOIP for peace, stability, and prosperity in the region, adopted at the ASEAN-India Summit in 2021, is really an important first step in identifying alignments between the 7 pillars of the IPOI and the 4 priority areas of the AOIP, namely maritime and economic cooperation, sustainable development, and connectivity. So fundamentally, ASEAN and India will be able to find shared values by upholding a rule-based international order that really forms the foundation of ASEAN. So I believe that ASEAN countries can identify with Prime Minister Modi in his keynote address made at the Shangri-La Dialogue in 2018, when he said that, and I would like to quote, he said that when nations stand on the side of principles, not behind one power or the other, they earn the respect of the world and a voice in international affairs. I mean, this is something that Singapore can really identify with, and I'm sure many others within the ASEAN bloc can also identify. So if you were to examine ASEAN and India's approaches to the Indo-Pacific, you could actually find many similarities which could lead to a significant extent of strategic alignment. And this includes ASEAN and India's pragmatism. We're talking about pragmatism, that's exactly Singapore, neutrality, and their open approaches to engagement in the region, allowing both sides to advance their strategic partnership. So such an approach has allowed ASEAN to bring together major powers and regional players, and that is regardless of ideologies and values. When you want to bring ideologies and values in the equation, it becomes very complex. And you can have inclusive dialogues and strategic cooperation through multilateral mechanisms, including the East Asia Summit, the ASEAN Regional Forum, the ASEAN Defense Ministers Meeting Plus, of which ASEAN is a member of all this. These mechanisms will also provide an avenue for India to advance its look east and act east policies. So similarly, India's broad pluralistic engagements have allowed India to extend its diplomatic influence in the wider Indo-Pacific region and to engage freely with multiple partners through established rules, process and institutions like the Indian Oceans Naval Symposium, IONS, and the Indian Ocean Rim Association, IORA, and that is apart from ASEAN. So another interesting observation in the past year that I have observed is actually India's role as a rising middle power in the midst of US-China rivalry. And our chairperson actually started the session talking about that. So India could potentially play an important role in hedging against major power rivalry, promoting multilateralism, and really to help shape global discourse. So India's rise as a middle power has been shown in the latest State of Southeast Asia 2023 survey report, which will be launched by my institute next month. So you are now getting some advanced information because the results are actually still being tabulated. So India, you will be happy to note that India's ranking has increased significantly compared to a year ago as the preferred and trusted strategic partner for ASEAN to really hedge against the uncertainties of US-China rivalry. So India's ranking actually rose from being in the last place, that's out of 6 countries, to being in the 3rd place, after the EU and Japan. And I'm sure I'll be receiving a lot of questions when I launch the survey on why is this so? So you will also be pleased to note that in the same survey, India has enjoyed a significant increase in trust levels this year as compared to last year. So among those who trust India, I think a significant number of respondents believe that India is a responsible stakeholder that respects and champions international law. And this will go well, with your role at the G20 this year. So I think this will be positive for the region as India could potentially play an increasing role in the region's balance of power and to help shape the regional architecture, the regional order, and of course, governance in the region. So lastly, please allow me to wrap up by highlighting 3 key areas of cooperation that would strengthen ASEAN-India cooperation and at the same time to really tap into the vast potential of both sides, as I mentioned earlier. So first is trade. And trade is obvious because livelihood is of paramount importance, for both regions. And apart from reviewing the ASEAN-India Trade in Goods Agreement, to make it more business friendly, this is something that's already in the pipeline. ASEAN also hopes that India, can reconsider joining the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCEP, agreement. And you probably knew that this was coming, right? We can certainly understand the domestic pressure and concerns over India's trade deficit, with many RCEP countries. But of course, at the same time, I think India has to realize that there are a lot of economic benefits that can be reaped from the region. And India can play an important role in the regional value chain as well as the overall global value chains, since RCEP constitutes 45% of world's population, with India being part of it. And second is in the area of digital trade, ICT, and connectivity. We all know that the COVID-19 pandemic has certainly helped increase the adoption of technology. So because of this, I think both India and ASEAN are projecting a similar target of $1 trillion in the digital economy by 2025. So we are not very far from that timeline. So both sides can boost this aspect through financial technology and e-commerce, including integrated e-commerce platforms and cross-border digital payment system like RuPay. RuPay is something that is new in Singapore, and I think it can go around in the region as well. We can also find ways to increase the mobility of capital, labor, and data across borders. And I think, to be honest, these flows are currently very limited between ASEAN and India at this point in time, but I believe that there are plenty of prospect. And I want to talk about physical connectivity because it remains important for trade and people-to-people connection. As such, I think we need to put in more effort to ensure progress in the development of transport projects such as the India, Myanmar, Thailand trilateral highway, and of course, with the possible extension to Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam later. I mean, India, I'm sure India has the potential to do that besides all that Belt and Road projects by China. So thirdly, in the face of the pandemic, public health security still remains high, on our agenda. So apart from supporting the ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework, I think India can value add by working with ASEAN on joint pharmaceutical research, developments and manufacturing of not just vaccines, but also other medical products to combat the current and perhaps the future pandemic. I'm sure this will not be the last pandemic the world is ever going to face. So another possible avenue for research collaboration is the ASEAN-India network of universities. And I think our chairperson has also spoke something along this line, the importance of education exchanges. And that network was only launched last year. So this will allow academics and researchers to exchange knowledge and share key findings. And lastly, I think we can consider cooperation with India through the Quad Vaccine Partnership. Although I've always talked about this and I've always received many questions about this because, some people may feel that Quad will undermine ASEAN centrality. But increasingly, I mean, you will be glad to know that my institute survey has shown that such cooperation could be complementary to ASEAN's efforts and could potentially be beneficial for the region. So, in closing, let me just say that both India and ASEAN are rising powers in the Indo-Pacific region, and we are increasingly being recognized globally in terms of our growth potential and prospect. So we are the countries of the future, not the countries of yesterday. So the shared values and challenges that we face in the region will certainly help us to recognize the need for greater collaboration to work towards common goals or common destiny, as you call it. And that's the theme of your conference today. So I hope that this conference will really help us to, identify some of these areas. So with that, I thank you very much. And I would now like to hand the floor over to Mr. Chair, Professor.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for a very insightful presentation. Now, the second topic for today's session is Reflections of India in Southeast Asia. The distinguished speaker is Dr. Chitra Madhavan, historian and expert in architecture, sculpture, and iconography.
I would like to thank the Chennai Center for China Studies for inviting me to speak about the cultural context between India and Southeast Asia. I will be concentrating on three countries, Cambodia, Indonesia, and Thailand, although there are very many other countries in Southeast Asia that have a lot of connection with India in the cultural sphere. So first we'll go to Cambodia, ancient Kamboja Desha, and we're going to a very nice little temple called Bante Sri. That's the present name. The original name of this temple was Tribhuvana Maheshwara, which means the great god of the three worlds. Tribhuvana, three worlds, Maheshwara, the great god. And the modern name Bante Sri is, which means citadel of women, is due to the fact that many beautiful semi-divine beings, Apsaras, have been carved on the sandstone walls of this temple. So this is the basic ground plan of the Bante Sri temple, Tribhuvana Maheshwara. There are three shrines in a straight line, and there are two libraries also. Let's not be surprised that there are libraries in a temple. Many temples in India, like the famous Ranganatha Swami temple in Srirangam and the Nataraja temple in Chidambaram, were known to have libraries. We have evidence from inscriptions as well. Other smaller temples too had libraries, basically because they also served as educational institutions. The Banteshri temple was consecrated in 967 AD during the reign of King Rajendra Varman, who ruled from 944 to 968 AD. This King Rajendra Varman belonged to Kamboja Desha, although we have had many Rajendra Varmans in India. The great Gangaikonda Chola, son of Rajaraja Chola, was the first Rajendra of the Chola dynasty. This Rajendra Varman, about whom we are going to see, who built this Manteshri temple, who was ruling in Cambodia. And this temple was founded by a Brahmin named Yajnavaraha and his younger brother Vishnu Kumara. All these pieces of information that I'm sharing with you are given in inscriptions found on the walls of this temple. So this Tribhuvana Maheshwara temple complex was completed and consecrated on 22nd April 967 AD. The exact date is also given. And if we compare it with what was going on in South India, in Tamil Nadu, where we are now at that time, there was a Chola emperor named Gandhara Aditya who was ruling in the Tamil country. Now, there is a very nice Sanskrit verse carved on the walls of this temple, and it's etched in the ancient Grantha script. The language is Sanskritam, but the script is Grantha, and it goes like this: Namah Shabda Gunayastu Vyatitendriya Vartmane Vishwato Vyashnuvanaya Vyomarupaya Shambhave Unmanaya Satikanta Nitanta Shiva Sangata Jagathitaya Shaktu Sa Shaktir Achalatmaja. I bow to God Shiva, who is beyond the realm of words and senses and is all pervading like the sky. This reminds us of the Chidambaram temple, the Nataraja temple in Chidambaram, where in the main sanctum, other than God Nataraja, the Utsavamurti, we see the main image as a Akasha Linga. It's not the main image. You actually don't see a Linga. He is said to be like the sky. The next verse is the pure and chaste goddess Parvati, who is always with God Shiva, may forever work for the welfare of the world. Now, these inscriptions are very chaste Sanskrit, like the ones we have in India. That's a huge connection. The Grantha script in which these inscriptions have been etched on the walls of temples in Cambodia, Desha and Cambodia, are just like the inscriptions in Sanskrit language and etched in the Grantha script in Tamil Nadu. We understand that a script named Grantha was used in ancient and medieval Tamil Nadu for writing this language called Sanskritam. And that same script was used in ancient Cambodia for writing Sanskrit. The Yajnavaraha was the grandson of Harshavarman I. He was the Purohita, the chief priest of Rajendra Varman and the teacher of Jayavarman. Banteshri was further expanded in the 11th century, and again a clear date is given on Monday, 14th or 28th July 1119 AD. The then King Suryavarman II gave the temple to the priest Divakara Pandita, and it was rededicated to God Shiva. Altogether 11 inscriptions have been discovered in the Banteshri temple, and they are in Sanskritam. Some of them are in Khmer, the local language, as well. So this is how the Banteshri temple looks. There are 3 vimanas or shikaras in place over there. This was a Shiva temple, and there are lots of ornamental motifs called pediments that you see on the top of the doorways, and on one of them you see Shiva and Parvati seated like this on their bull, their vahana. Unfortunately, the image of Parvati is badly damaged. As we see many Shiva Parvati images in the temples of India, but you see over here the dress that they wear is very Cambodian, not Indian. And then on another pediment, we see a lovely sculpture of God Nataraja. So easily identifiable is he. But then if we look closer, we'll find the image of a lady like this at the bottom. We zoom in on this. This is how that lady looks, and she looks like this. In either hand, she holds a symbol for putting tala for Shiva's dance. She's emaciated. Now, this lady is called Karaikal Ammayar, and she is one of the three ladies among the list of 63 great Shiva devotees, collectively called the Nayanmars, who are worshipped in Tamil Nadu. Karaikal Ammayar was very closely connected to a temple which is approximately 2 hours from Chennai in a village called Thiruvalangadu. That's a Shiva temple there, and she prayed to God Shiva, and she's very closely associated with that religious site. And Karaikal Ammayar sculpture, other than in Tamil Nadu, is found in ancient Cambodia, as though, I'm going back to the previous slide, putting Tala for God Shiva's dance. And that is what she wanted to do and did all her life. We go to another pediment. This is again very interesting. You see a man carrying a lady and two men on either side. This is clearly reflective of a certain episode found in the Ramayana of sage Valmiki, where you immediately would think that this is Ravana carrying away Sita. But it is not, because when Ravana carried away Sita, Rama and Lakshmana, seen on either side, were not there. They were not present when he carried away Sita. He saw to it that they were away at that point of time. So this person must be Virada, another person Rama and Lakshmana and Sita encountered in the forest, and he just picked up Sita, and these are Rama and Lakshmana on the way to killing him and rescuing Sita. So these little episodes found in our ancient texts, found in regional religious literature like Karika Namayar, are also found by way of sculpture in the temples of Cambodia. We are now going to Angkor Wat, the very, very famous temple, the largest temple ever built in the world, and it was constructed in the reign of Suryavarman II in the 12th century. It was constructed between 1113 and 1150 AD. Original name was Braha Vishnu Loka, sacred abode of Vishnu. And Suryavarman II, who was an ardent Vishnu devotee, has the posthumous name Parama Vishnu Loka. Angkor Wat literally means royal city, also a monastery. And in the 13th century, Jayavarman VII converted it into a Buddhist monastery. What was a Vishnu temple became a Buddhist shrine. The temple faces west, and there are some scholars who have said that it is the last resting place of Suryavarman II. It's a fascinating moat, which is one of the most characteristic features of this Angkor Wat temple, which is made of laterite and sandstone. And this moat is fed by the Siam Reap River. Including the moat, the total area of Angkor Wat is 200 acres. I wish to say that the largest living temple in the world is the famous Vishnu temple, the Ranganatha Swami temple on the island of Srirangam, surrounded by the river Kaveri and the river Kollidam, very close to Tiruchirappalli in Tamil Nadu. I repeat, this is the largest living temple in the world, meaning worship is still being offered over here. However, Angkor Wat, which is now only a monument, was the largest temple ever built. It was for Vishnu. And this is Angkor Wat, very stately. This is the image of Ashtabhuja Vishnu, eight-armed Vishnu, which was originally consecrated in the main sanctum. The whole temple was made to resemble Mount Meru, the celestial mountain which is revered by Hindus. And this is the Ashtabhuja Vishnu that was originally in worship. In the long, long corridors of the Angkor Wat temple, we have many bas-relief sculptures on the walls like this. Altogether 660 meters of narrative bas-relief sculptures, and almost all of them are from the Ramayana, the Mahabharata, various other scriptures from India. So you can here see that this is from the Ramayana and two monkeys are fighting. Many instances are there from the Mahabharata. This is the famous Samudra Mantana, Kshirabdi Mantana, which is the churning of the ocean by the Devas and the Asuras in order to get Amrita, nectar. And this Samudra Mantana scene is noticed not only on the walls of the Angkor Wat temple, they are seen in various other places in Cambodia. It was a very, very favorite theme, completely drawn from the scriptures of the Hindus in India, and it's seen in the sacred city of Angkor Thom also. So this is the Samudra Mantana scene. Here, do you see Ravana lifting Mount Kailash? Many of the 10 heads are seen, and the difference between the portrayal of Ravana in uh, India and the portrayal of Ravana in Cambodia is that in India we see all the 10 heads around the main head. In Cambodia, they piled one on top of the other as though he's wearing a crown of his heads itself. And you can see his multiple arms and struggling to raise Mount Kailash. This is a very, very important sculpture in Angkor Wat. This is Bhishma lying down on the bed of arrows, waiting for Uttarayana to come so that he can shed his mortal body. And these are the Pancha Pandavas in a row, and the entire battlefield shown over here. We go to another place very quickly. It's called Terrace of Elephants, 300 feet long. It was used by Jayavarman VII, ruler of Cambodia, as a platform to view his victorious army. It's going a little fast. So this is the city of Angkor Thom, and here is the Terrace of Elephants. This is the Terrace of Elephants. As you can see, many pachyderms carved on the wall. And this clearly reminds us of a much later structure in India, the Mahanavami Dibba in the ancient metropolis of Hampi, ancient Vijayanagara. And on the walls of this Mahanavami Dibba structure, built by the Vijayanagara kings in approximately the 15th century, the Vijayanagara rulers also, like Jayavarman earlier in Cambodia, used to seat themselves on this platform and view a huge parade that happened during the Navaratri. And here also we have many elephants. And this is reminiscent of the elephant terrace of Cambodia. Prasat Kraban is another temple in Cambodia, constructed in the consecrated in the 10th century in the reign of Harshavarman. And here again you have a Ashtabhuja Vishnu, 8-armed Vishnu. In India too, in the famous town of Kanchipuram, sacred town of Kanchipuram, you have a temple exclusively dedicated to Ashtabhuja Vishnu, 8-armed Vishnu. We again quickly go to Indonesia, to a place called Prambanan, which is known for its Shiva temple. Here is Prambanan. There are 3 shrines in a row in Prambanan, one for Vishnu, one for Shiva, and one for Brahma, with their respective vahanas in front of each. So here you have an image of Vishnu, and in Indonesia, we also have the very living Ramayana tradition, and reminiscent of that are sculptures on the walls of the Prambanan temple of many episodes from the Ramayana. In the museum in Prambanan, very close to this temple, lots of sculptures, loose sculptures from the temple have been kept, including Dwarapalakas, like in India. And this is the Kecak dance, the Ramayana dance that was performed in Indonesia, and in the city of Yogyakarta. You have the Ramayana ballet being performed even today. The Ramayana tradition, which went from India to Indonesia, is well and truly alive in the form of dance performances in Indonesia today. If we step into Thailand and we fly into Thailand, the first thing that will greet you at the airport is this lovely sculpture of the scene of the churning of the ocean of milk. Modern sculpture, yes. Inside the airport, yes. But that much of Indian influence is there in Thailand. A whole lot of Buddhism is also there in Cambodia, in Indonesia, and in Thailand. This is the ancient city of Ayodhya. It is a ruined city. It is just a site today, but it was the capital of the kings who even today in Thailand crown themselves as Rama. So you have the ancient city of Ayodhya. Um, Buddhism is the prevalent religion in Cambodia and in Thailand. Many vestiges of Buddhist monuments like Borobudur in Indonesia are also there. And so much has gone by way of culture from India into Southeast Asia, not merely by way of conquest. There was some conquest. Yes, the Chola kings did conquer parts of Indonesia and parts of Malaysia during the reign of Rajendra Chola I in the 11th century. But more than that, it has gone through trade. When traders went there, the cultural contacts also went with them, and the countries of Southeast Asia and India, various parts of India had a lot of cultural proximity, and which is why the mutual give and take. We know of emperor of the Sri Vijaya dynasty who sent ambassadors to the court of Rajaraja Chola in the 11th century requesting his permission to build a Buddha Vihara in a place called Nagapattinam, present day Nagapattinam. So, in conclusion, just to say, a lot of cross-cultural influence between India and Southeast Asia, and that accounts for the glorious monuments and the sculptures, inscriptions that we have today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for the very informative session. The last speaker for today is Mr. Saurijit Ghosh, PhD scholar, Nalanda University. The topic is role of Buddhist monastic women in strengthening diplomatic and cultural relations in Southeast Asia. Over to you, sir.
Namaskar. I extend my heartfelt greetings to the dignitaries, scholars, defense personnel, and the students attending the conference. I am thankful to Center of China Studies Chennai and National Maritime Foundation for having me here. So I will try to keep the presentation much lucid so that we can actually understand the importance of this topic rather than going into the technicalities and jargons of religious texts. India, as a high potential economy, moving towards a continuous successful fulfillment of the SDGs, our commitment for the peaceful shared future in G20 aims at prioritizing women's participation and gender-inclusive strategies to address issues of security, peace, and just socio-economic structures. In this regard, Buddhism and its spread over Southeast Asia provide India-ASEAN a dialogue, a firm base to look at our shared future and values from the code of ethical values taught by the Buddha, who always held the vision of a well-balanced, gender-inclusive social action, who always focused on the fourfold Sangha, monks, nuns, laywomen, and man. India, the birthplace of Buddhist faith system, witnessed the first group of independent women treading the path of Dhamma, seeking a liberative model for women, respecting female agency and autonomy, starting with the foundation of the order of nuns by the Buddha, headed by Venerable Mahatheri Mahapajapati Gautami and 500 Sakyan women, created an inclusive space for women to walk the path as a seeker of wisdom. Further, as a continuance of this heritage of a country, the diplomatic relations established by Emperor Ashoka, putting his daughter, Princess Venerable Mahatheri Sanghamitra, to head the diplomatic mission to Sri Lanka, is an exemplary historical step to ensure women's participation in diplomatic and cultural relation building state-based policies. And this process had a magnifying impact all over Asia in terms of early step to gender inclusive peace building strategies and recognition of spiritual women as societal leaders. In the shadow of the above, the paper intends to explore more possible contemporary roles played by the Buddhist monastic women over Southeast Asian countries. I will go country-wise later to strengthen our cultural ties for walking a shared sustainable future. The study, however, will refrain from the issue of full ordination of nuns, which differs from country to country, and we should respect the political situations and the decision making of the leaders. So, the paper aims at illuminating the major potential of Buddhist women in acting as peace builders, actors in conflict zones, as the impact of conflicts on women and men has always been disproportionate. In such a scenario, monastic leadership as social leaders can lead us to shaping our women's agency for inclusive peace and security policies in alignment with the global vision of fulfillment of SDGs 3, 4, 5, and 16 by 2020. Now, the network of monasteries as a hub of knowledge acquisition, nexus of intellectual growth, and social impact policies laid down by the Buddha, who had a well-formed, very legal framework called the Vinayas, provides us with a very significant indication of social percolation of both ethical and spiritual values. Buddha laid enormous significance in peaceful cohesion, given the fact he was well aware of the philosophical thought systems of the major thought leadership of the religious schools during his lifetime, especially like the Jains. He was aware of the existent Jaina nunneries in Vaishali in modern-day Bihar, India. He admitted women into his order and clarified that women are equally capable of reaping the wisdom gained in the path of reclusiveship on being asked by his attendant Ananda. Further, in the Mallika Sutta, on being placed a doubt on woman potential by King Pasenadi of Kosala, after he became a father of a baby daughter with Queen Mallika, the Buddha affirmed to rejoice in the birth of a daughter and mentions that, in fact, the woman can be wiser in faculty than men. The early Buddhist Sangha experienced the rise of extraordinary women as teachers, like the case of 13 foremost nuns, equivalent to the order of monks like Mahakasapa and Ananda in one hand, and Khema Upallavana on the other side from the Bhikshuni Sangha. In the recent times, India's foreign policy had major significance on cultural ties and shared values on a basis of establishing a firm India-ASEAN as well as Indo-Pacific relations towards the achievement of SDGs. In this regard, Buddhism has a very key role to play based on faith-based dialogues and diplomacy to chart out common goals and to extend the dialogue forward. Now, we must understand that why this topic is important, because till date, the academia has much more focused on the maritime networks and the trade exchanges and cultural exchanges along the Silk Route. However, this topic, the extraordinary role of these early women in placing the diplomatic relation and cultural relation, has been underlooked. Now, the Buddhist diplomacy and the spread of tradition and ethics are mainly comprehended in a single channel framework, where the spread and expansion of the network is highly attributed from Sri Lanka to Indian Ocean Bend, and then to Southeast Asia. In such a case, the pathways of expansion and the cultural confluence can be seen a development that takes the global South forward as from a macroeconomic lens. Another widely reflected narrative and understanding of the socio-political influences attributed to the Sasana framework of dissemination through structured institutional exchanges. The exchanges happening between the monasteries like Nalanda, Paharpur, Vikramshila, this network. The propagation through monastic medium is an example of achieving welfare models for the world, without being attached to economic flows at personal capacity, but rather an early model of non-profit philanthropic management through dana mechanisms and exchanges between learning centers with royal patronage. The establishment of the Buddhist faith was stronger from 3rd century BCE with the dialogue and support of King Devanampiya on his interaction with the prince-turned Mahathero Mahinda, the son of Emperor Ashoka. In this regard, oral traditions of Samanera framework disseminating knowledge through chanting of the Buddha Vachana played a significant role in churning critical thinking process of the people of other faith systems to understand the welfare models beyond religious norms, making it more a faith-based welfare dialogue. Local belief systems gracefully understood the merit-making mechanisms and adopted the ethical practices in combination with theory of own beliefs without any superimposition of varied set of beliefs. The factor triggered the widespread of Buddhism all over Southeast Asia. As a result of the Third Council, 9 missions were commissioned to strengthen the ties. Beside Mahathero Prince Mahinda, who traveled to Sri Lanka, Sona and Uttara traveled to Burma, Suvarnadipa. According to the Mahavamsa and Dipavamsa, after the introduction of Buddhism with the intervention of King Mahinda with Devanampiya Tissa, just after 6 months of this happening, the Bhikkhuni Sangha was established by Mahathiri Sangamitta. In Anuradhapura, the knowledge dissemination and the admission to the order was not only for men, but Bhikkhunis joined the order in equal weightage with the ordination by Mahathiri Princess Sanghamitra to Queen Anula and 500 women. Several interactions with Tamil dynasties as well as exchanges with China following the similar pattern of appropriation, legitimation and regionalization started happening. Gradually from 11th century onwards, Theravada Buddhism became a strong base of Southeast Asian countries in Burma, Thailand, Cambodia and Laos. The process of appropriation continued to even Cambodia till 11th century CE. The process was facilitated in an organized structure by King Parakamu I, which led to frequent knowledge exchanges between Sri Lanka and Burma in the 12th century. This in turn led to a stringent merit-making economy and imperial positioning by protecting the relics of Buddha in their respective kingdoms exhibited by both Burmese and Thoi royal dynasties. Simultaneously, in the given flow, the kings of Khmer Kingdom in Burma also exhibited a magnificent tendency to adopt Sri Lankan Theravada Buddhism. The concept of Raja Raja, Devaraja and the Bodhisattva kings was prevalent for global positioning of the Dharma Sasana. In this regard, it would not be just to use the word spread, which I defer, and rather dissemination would be an improper word to use. On the other hand, the socio-religious cultural exchange between India and Vietnam happened through Chinese intervention of Zen Buddhism in 300 BC. The early order of nuns founded by the aunt of Buddha, Mahapatiti Gotami, and 500 Sakyan women, the order of Bhikkhunis flourished in India with many nuns who were declared foremost like Khema, Dhammadina, Upallavana. The order of nuns flourished over 6th century BC to Ashokan period. However, after that, it went on, the nunneries enjoyed patronage till the time of Sadvahanas and Kushanas in the northwest, 240 CE. Their mention of nunneries are found in epigraphic records, and it was perceived that the status of nuns was significant and nunneries flourished in terms of donations that they received. But gradually after the 3rd century CE, the conditions of nunneries started to fall and lack of support and donation made it difficult for the nunneries to continue. This can be understood by the fact from the records of Kumarajiva or Chinese travelers who do not at all speak about nunneries that was flourishing. Both Fa Yan and Zhuangzhang hardly mentions the nuns in their record, while I Ching talked about poor condition of nuns in India who mainly begged for their support of Dhamma practice. However, the order of nuns was established in Sri Lanka during the times of King Devanampiya Tissa, who was accompanied by 16 other bhikshunis from India when she ordained Queen Anula and 500 Sri Lankan women. And she founded the Hattakala nunnery along with 12 other nunneries. However, with the course of time, Bhikkhuni Sangha ceased to exist, but it flourished up to 11th century during the time of King Aggabodhi IV. Important fact was, it was the nunneries which was authorized to take care of the Bodhi tree, Mehini Vatanubam, by the leading nuns of the Nalarama nunnery as authorized by King Kasappa IV. Also in the case of Kukurmahan inscription of 10th century, a hospital Veda was administered by nuns. However, the well-flourishing tradition came to an end with Chola acquiring and capturing of Mahinda V. Both the orders seeks to exit, and Chola kings managed to revive the order of monks in Burma with the help of Sri Lankan bhikkhus, but the order of nuns failed to revive as there was not enough number of nuns in Burma to complete the full ordination. And full ordination of nuns, the capacity to declare women as capacity of women to be declared as bhikshunis depends on the presence of both fully ordained bhikshus and bhikshunis. Now, given this problem that women cannot be declared fully ordained nuns, the Sri Lankan nuns now started seeking help from the Chinese nuns who were actually like fully ordained by that point of time. After the diplomatic mission of Princess Mahathiri Sanghamitra, further Buddhist nuns Sivala and Maninaha were also commissioned to bridge the gap with Jambudipa, India during 1st century BCE. The most striking and magnanimous historical event of diplomatic operations of the female monastic Buddhism happened when Sri Lankan nuns went to China in the 5th century CE to provide ordination to Chinese women who were acted as translators and student exchanges. Like the case of Bhikkhuni Chandimala, who traveled to Tibet for translating texts during 11th century. The ordination of Chinese nuns by the Sri Lankan order of nuns in 433 CE is recorded in Pi Chiu Ning Chuang, composed by the Pao Chang in 520 CE. Now, since I have less amount of time, I would like to now come on to the main idea of why I use the word diplomatic as well as cultural relations. So in one hand, given the problem that in one country, the full ordination of nuns cannot happen, now they started exchanging, like Chinese nuns were basically ordinating nuns in Vietnam, or like in Tibet, there are no fully ordained nuns. They seek help from the Chinese order also. Now you see, apart from these nationalities, the main thing that's important coming up is that they are followers of Indian tradition of Mahaprajapati Gautami. So now, without concentrating on the nationalities, they aim to revive the heritage that was actually traceable 2,500 years back. That can be attributed to Mahaprajapati Gautami. Now, based on the this heritage continuation, in Cambodia, during the conflicts of Samlot district in Kampong, with the Sihanouk government during the 19th and 19th, the nuns joined the Dhamma walk in the streets to project the idea of cohesion and to which actually led to resolve of climate-based mitigation and conflicts based on sharing of natural resources, such as sharing of water of the Rohini river for crop irrigation. Dhamma Yatra started over a period of 1992 to 1997, around 650 kilometers, which united the local villagers in traditions and Dhamma talks and stories of sharing, caring through tree ordination, water blessings, and nature-based education to unite the villagers. Further, during the Vietnam War from 1938 onwards, Ben Tre in southern Vietnam, and from 1959, she started training villagers by collecting local aids in remote war-devastated villages. To the extent she led peace dialogues in Paris peace talks in 1969 and 1970s to collect aids to rescue Vietnamese boat people from the seas and gave caregiving to 14,000 orphans. In case of Thailand, where the nuns are not fully ordained due to lack of the Upasampada quorum, who are titled as Mechi, meaning the ones who follow the 8 or 10 precepts and not all the Vinaya rules, the nuns at rural level have meaningful advocacy to counter gender-based violence and abuses like Thailand, Mechi Kuning Khanita Vecheron sheltered more than 44,000 abused women and helping in developing trauma care centers for distressed women in Bangkok. She also launched several colleges to promote education of Buddhist women. Other prominent examples are Khun Ma Dr. C.D. Krinchai, who has promoted well-being by teaching insight meditation to international communities. Bhikkhuni Dr. Gotami or Prem Sukwat, who has contributed significantly to provide reliance and caregiving to immigrants from Southeast Asian countries. Vodamai Kabul Singh, who opened series of social welfare and childcare organizations, her daughter being the eminent scholar Chatushman Kabul Singh or Bhikkhuni Dhammadina was ordained in Sri Lanka. Now to wrap up, we need to understand that even today in India, I mostly work in the Himalayan extreme last mile villages. The entire village community or the rural population has huge dependence on the Himalayan nuns following in the Tibetan traditions or everywhere in the rural belts of Southeast Asia. They are these nuns are the first access of education to the girl child in the nunneries or in the entire rural belt. They are acting as climate action agents because they are conserving water, they are into organic, sustainable, climate-based farming, and also into peace treaties and mediations. Okay, so thank you. So these are some of the contemporary roles that the Bhikshunis are playing in modern Southeast Asian Asia, and we should take the pride that the tradition starts from the heritage of India with Mahapajapati Gautami and 500 Sakyan women. Thank you. Namaste. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. Now we'll be moving on to the question answer session. Due to time constraints, we will only be taking 2 questions. The mics will be passed on. Are there any questions? Are there any questions from the audience?
I want to add to what the speaker said. Chitra Madhavan. Chitra Madhavan mentioned about the Prambanan temple near Yogyakarta, where you had temple dedicated to Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva. We have to recall the fact that the biggest temple that we have in India is in Tanjavur, Brihadeshwara temple, and which is constructed 1.5 centuries later. In other words, even before big temples came into existence in India, they had temples in Southeast Asia, whether it is Borobudur, the Mahayana Buddhist monument, or Prambanan. Those who want to have a feel of what the Prambanan temple is can go to Satara. The great Mahaperiyava, His Holiness Chandrasekhara Saraswati, the Kanchi Paramacharya, in the course of his tour to India, spent about 4 months in Satara. And the local people went and revered him. And they told him, you should construct a temple there. And he constructed a temple, it is called the Uttara Nadaraja temple, just as in Chidambaram. And there are, on the balustrade, karnas, which are made by eminent dancers, Dr. Padma Subramaniam, where she came to realize that this is the same as in Prambanan when she visited Indonesia. One more point, if I had time, we have to recall that while the basic forms of Ramayana and Mahabharata are retained in all these countries, there are also important variations. We consider Hanuman to be a bachelor, whereas in Indonesia, Hanuman falls in love with every girl that he meets. Similarly, in Thailand, Sita is considered to be the daughter of Ravana, one of the most important versions. Where when Sita was born to Ravana, the astrologer predicted this daughter will bring you ruin. So he told Marija to take Sita and kill her. Marija took her away, but the child is smiling. So he didn't have the heart to kill her and left it in Janaka's farmland. That's how she became Janaki. Since she was brought up in Mithila, she became Maithili, etc. So the greatness of Ramayana consists in its adaptability in various regions, and all that makes a very, very fascinating study.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, may I request Ambassador S. Swaminathan to come onto the stage to felicitate the session chair and the distinguished speaker. Thank you very much, distinguished speakers. I am sure that it was a very informative and insightful session. We will be moving on to the second session for the day. The session is themed on connectivity and resilient growth. The chair for the session is Ambassador S. Swaminathan, IFS retired, former India Ambassador to Iceland. The distinguished speakers for the session are Honorable Consul General Sara Kurlum, Consul General of Australia to South India, Dr. Dharitri Nasre Chakravarti, Adjunct Fellow, Institute of Chinese Studies, Dr. Vijay Sakuja, Director, School of Integrated Coastal and Maritime Security Studies, Rashtriya Raksha University. May I invite Dr. Dharitri Nasre to the stage. For starting the session, I hand over the session to the session chair. Over to you, sir.
Hello again. Ladies and gentlemen, this session is going to be on connectivity and resilient growth. You did hear me speak quite a bit on connectivity. Just to sort of continue that, it is well known that physical connectivity, physical connectivity in terms of roads and rail links tend to advance economic development in those regions which are connected now. And in that sense, of course, the two projects which were thought of, one was the Indo-Myanmar-Thailand trilateral highway. The intention, of course, was to open up the entire northeast of India, Myanmar, and Thailand, and then, of course, the extension to Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam. Once this road is complete, our entire northeast, of course, is going to start booming. The untapped potential, hopefully, will be realized. And this will really help us become an even larger economy. when you have physical connections like road and rail, it also means more people-to-people connectivity, which again adds to the strength of relationships. I think we can keep our fingers crossed. Hopefully, the trilateral highway should be completed earlier than later, so that we get the benefits of this connection. I did speak about the digital connectivity, financial connectivity, which are again important areas of cooperation, areas of development, areas of economic advancement. I think it'd be interesting to hear our esteemed speakers today. So if you permit, I'll now invite the Consul General Sarah Kirliu to give the special address on this theme. Thank you.
Vanakkam, good morning everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. And I'd like to thank the Center for China Studies and the National Maritime Foundation for organizing this important seminar. ASEAN and Australia's engagement with ASEAN is in fact a topic very close to my heart and a significant priority for the Australian government. Australia became ASEAN's first dialogue partner way back in 1974. We became ASEAN's first comprehensive strategic partner in 2021. In 2022-2023, Australia will give over $1 billion in development assistance to the countries of the ASEAN region, including around $42 million directly to the ASEAN as an institution. But perhaps the best way to tell you a story about Australia's engagement with ASEAN is to speak about one of my own career experiences. So ASEAN and Australia had a special leaders summit in 2018, and I headed the Australian DFAT Foreign Affairs and Trade team that arranged our participation in that. This was a major event with all of the ASEAN leaders invited to Australia for 2 days of discussion on Australia's bilateral engagement with ASEAN. For a full year ahead of the summit, a large team of officials worked on the logistics, the policy outcome, all of the arrangements. We wanted to cover all of the constituent parts of our engagement: economic, security, counterterrorism, development. When it came time for the summit, of course, all of the diplomatic niceties were there. We had speedboat transfers across beautiful Sydney Harbour. The summit itself, the kind of closed-door session, was hosted by the Governor-General at Government House. We even built a special wooden table large enough to accommodate all of the ASEAN leaders plus the Australian Prime Minister in one round circle. There were also significant policy outcomes. This was just as Australia had launched its foreign policy white paper update, which put the Indo-Pacific at the heart of our foreign policy. At that time, ASEAN countries themselves were uncertain how they felt about this Indo-Pacific term. They wanted there to be no sense that we were downgrading our relationship with the Asia-Pacific. So it was a big task for us to convince them that actually ASEAN was and remains and is at the heart of Australia's Indo-Pacific concept. I think we must have done pretty well because by mid-2019, ASEAN countries actually launched their own ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific. Today I've been asked to speak in this session on connectivity and resilient growth, so I want to tell you just one more story. As I mentioned, we had a number of new development programs which were launched at the special summit. One of these was called the ASEAN-Australia Infrastructure Cooperation Project. Now, you may know, and it's been a topic of some policy debate, that there's a bit of a gap between the large amount of financing which is available for high-quality investment in infrastructure. You know, Australian superannuation funds alone have $2 trillion in investment available. There's an ASEAN master plan on connectivity, which sets the goals for where those infrastructure projects should be. But the gap often comes in project preparation. How do you detail the tender documentation? How do you think about how a public-private partnership will actually be profitable? How do you work through the legal issues? So anyway, the development program was designed to close that gap. It was to be a kind of consultancy service where projects could be designed. But of course, as soon as we announced an ASEAN-Australia infrastructure cooperation pipeline, the very first thing that got reported in the newspaper was that Australia was building a pipeline to ASEAN. That was an important lesson for all of us in how you should name development cooperation. When we look at the aggregate statistics for the ASEAN region, we see how important it is as a potential driver for growth for all the countries in the Indo-Pacific. Australia and India both have the benefit of being smack bang up against the ASEAN region. As a grouping, the 10 countries of ASEAN have the third largest population in the world at around 685 million people. They have a combined GDP roughly equivalent to that of India, around $2.5 trillion. For Australia, our two-way trade with ASEAN as a region is very significant, at $127.1 billion. Our bilateral trade with India, for instance, is around $34 billion. And our two-way investment with ASEAN was $248 billion last year. So, dealing with ASEAN as a region, we have an ASEAN-Australia Free Trade Agreement that entered into force in January 2010 and was upgraded last year. Australia is also a party to the CPTPP, to RCEP, and to a large number of bilateral trade agreements, including that with India, which entered into force on the 29th of December last year, and we're proud to say is one of the highest quality free trade agreements India has ever entered into. In terms of RCEP, in 2020, upon signature, RCEP ministers, of course, issued a declaration on the importance of India eventually becoming a party to RCEP. As an open trading economy, Australia firmly believes that free trade agreements boost the productivity and the prosperity of our economy. In the meantime, while India considers its options, India may participate in RCEP meetings as an observer and can take advantage of the various development cooperation programs which were part of the RCEP agreements. I wanted to touch also on another aspect of connectivity, which is diaspora links. So Australia has a population of around 25 million people. 1 million of those actually were born in India now, so we have a very strong Indian diaspora population in Australia, but also very, very strong diaspora populations from the countries of Southeast Asia. Many of you may know my foreign minister, Ms. Penny Wong, was actually born in Malaysia. She's a wonderful example of how connections between people can drive closer strategic relations. She herself has been visiting many Southeast Asian countries, many Pacific countries, and will soon come to India for the G20 meeting since she became foreign minister in the middle of last year. When I talk to business audiences, I stress to them the value of a diaspora community. If you want to do business with ASEAN or with Australia, there are people in Australia that share that heritage, who can understand the cultural nuance of doing business there. One of the other things we put out at the ASEAN-Australia Special Summit was a booklet, ASEAN Now, to encourage Australian business to look at ASEAN and to think about how they should enter the market through a specific country. We have a similar strategy for India, the India Economic Strategy, which encourages companies to enter India through a given state, because actually your complexity is in some ways similar. But my point here is that multicultural Australia can be a connector to the region. We have very strong relations with India and with all of the ASEAN countries independently and with ASEAN as a region. Our current ambassador to ASEAN, Will Mankervis, is a close colleague of mine. We work together on Australia's Indo-Pacific strategy. He's been taking a strong lead in advancing Australia's relationship with ASEAN as the institution even further, and I know he'd be very pleased when I tell him that we've all been at this seminar today looking at more ways to connect our dynamic Indo-Pacific region. Thank you.
Thank you, Consul General Curlew. Now may I invite Dr. Daritri Nazari Chakravarti, Assistant Professor, School of Liberal Studies, School of Undergraduate Studies, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, University of Delhi. Dr. Das.
Very good afternoon to the a very good afternoon to the audience and the dignitaries here. And I want to extend my thanks to colleagues and friends in C3S and Commodore Vasan for having me here. And this is the second time I've come here to attend a conference here. And the topic that I'm going to present today have been discussed in some of the earlier discussions, and I'm taking some points from Ambassador Wadhwa earlier, who talked on Northeast. So I'm bringing Northeast in the context of Look East and Act East policy of India. So my topic today here is centering the periphery, and from the Northeast to India and Southeast Asia. So Northeast is generally seen as a natural gateway to the region of Southeast Asia from India, and this understanding has led to the development of policies at the center, especially in relation to the region, beginning with Look East policy, which was initiated, as we all know, in 1990s. Then that became Act East policy since 2014. So as the former president of India, Mr. Ramnath Kovind, had said in his address at Guwahati on the occasion of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav on 4th May 2022, which I quote from Hindustan Times, the Look East policy was primarily a security-centric approach of the government, union government. So this statement of former president is like reiteration of the center's perspective of seeing the region as a landlocked border frontier in need of guarding and securing of it, given its strategic positioning. So this approach historically originated with British Assam. As a historian, I keep going back to history. So of Assam, for securing the fringed extension of the empire, and not only for expanding the territory of British India, but also to link it with the rich lands lying in the southeast. So British initiative to link the region known as Assam province then with the rest of India depended on knowing about the region, which resulted in the conduct of many surveys, including several military expeditions to regulate the indomitable hill tribes. However, at the heart of the British project in the Northeast was, of course, furthering the capitalist-driven economy by creating just a second, it's too small for me to look at also. Capitalist-driven economy by creating trans-frontier linkages. So this aspect of colonialism in the Northeast is gaining much attention among scholars nowadays, as colonial writings archived in different libraries across continents are becoming more accessible. So it is from such writings that it's possible to visit the historical significance of the region in a trans-regional context. Post-independence, the policy attitude of the Union has been more paternalistic, to the extent of creating an exclusive Northeast with almost an Orientalist method of engaging with it. Therefore, the framework of development continued to be colonial in approach and method, focusing more on incorporation with an objective of furthering the interest of newly founded nation of India and less on meaningful integration. As a naturally endowed rich region, it has played an important role in the economic development of the country. What has been problematic in this approach of development was not only not recognizing the great diversity within the region, with potential and prospect for sustainable growth in economic sense, but also constructing a homogeneous Northeast in the popular representation or discourse. So this paper, therefore, is an attempt to locate the region at the center while trying to make sense of its trans-regionality by tracing the historical and cultural linkages on either sides, that is to the west, that is India, and to East or Southeast Asia. However, before moving to trace the linkages, it is imperative to raise the question, what Look East or Act East policy mean for the people of the region? Resonating with the terminological expression of the policy, there was a lot of expectation in the region from this policy, and a hope that after many decades of post-independence, the region is now going to receive its due attention. For the general people, it was a policy meant for the region, and therefore, the central focus would be the development of Northeast, and there was a lack of awareness and understanding of it as one of the foreign policy strategies to engage with the ASEAN countries and to subsequently expand the scope of becoming part of multiple security and economic groupings in the Asian continent. And therefore, they largely remain oblivious that development of Northeast was not the primary objective per se. It is in this context that evaluating the policy vis-a-vis the Northeast becomes important, and it takes us back to the very basic question, why is Northeast important to India or for India? Most ready and common answer, officially and unofficially, has been the geopolitics as a strategically located landmass, linking it with critically important countries like China, Myanmar, and Bangladesh. The second answer that follows is that it is a resource-rich region which has the potential to boost the economy of the country. Therefore, all central policies on Northeast were developed within such frameworks, with the focus being on security and exploration of natural resources. Furthering this approach is the Look East policy, which was then combined with the domestic policy to address the political unrest in the region, leading to militant insurgency that was in its peak from 1980s to 2000s, which Ambassador Wadhwa had briefly touched on when he was talking about Northeast. Internationally, the launching of it coincides with the end of Cold War in 1991 and may also be read as a response to the changing international political environment of the time, coinciding again with like liberalization, globalization. So this timeline is very important from historical point of view in a larger context, as it was followed by, like said, economic liberalization, globalization, and rethinking about regionalism. Domestically too, one can speculate that it was not a coincidence to launch the Look East policy around the same time when many ceasefire discussions were taking place between the Indian Union and leaders of militant insurgency groups of Northeast. So the security and strategic location of the region was not only in the context of having international borders, but how the use of these border areas were, how these border areas were used. Media reported of high-level ceasefire negotiations the central government held with the leaders of some of the groups in some of the neighboring countries, including Thailand. It became thus important to develop, maintain strategic partnership with Myanmar as well in order to address the problem of militarized insurgency in the event of increased trans-regional movement of insurgents in these landlocked regions. prior to these instances, there was very limited travel or mobility of peoples from the Northeast and to the regions of Southeast Asia, and except for government or organizations sponsored travels, it was unheard of. So it remained largely unnoticed that through such secret and unsolicited movement of individuals, leaders or cadres from many of these outlawed organizations in the Northeast who went to East and Southeast Asia during this troubled time, the cross-cultural exposure and awareness began to happen at a very different level. The stories brought back by such members and peoples were shared in public meetings for the laymen to consume, interpret, and imagine, from where emerged a space for an alternate narrative highlighting the closer cultural ties the region shared with the cultures or peoples beyond the national boundary in this part. So this was even before the scholars or academic began to work on such trans-regional connects across Asian borderlands, that a very particular kind of grassroots imagination of cultural similarities and commonalities was getting founded that provided a political impetus to some of the ethnic or identity movements in the region. This imagination was not unfounded, rather it provided the basis for many research interests to trace the shared historical and cultural commonalities and linkages, including historical migrations that are preserved in the oral narratives of some communities in the Northeast. One such connect is better known but not well explored in detail, that is the historical traditions or the history writing traditions. Many people are unaware that the history writing tradition of Assam, known as Buranji, is among the earliest ones in India. In fact, only Raj Tarangini and Buranji were considered as documents having any historical kind of a quality or character. While it is well known among the people of Assam that Buranji tradition arrived in Assam as a Thai Shan or Thai tradition via northern Burma, this tradition also historically lived in the Yunnan province of South China, where Thai-speaking people called the Thai minority of China are now found. Even the historical tradition of Manipur is believed to be influenced by this tradition. So this tradition was not merely about history writing tradition, but was representative and reflection of a cultural worldview of the people in the Northeast, as well as in the region that came into contact with them. So in discussing the historical connect of India with the Southeast Asian countries, Buddhism and Hinduism becomes predominant, and of course that is another very important connect that we can talk about when we are seeing the link via via sea. And thus, but on the other hand, if you see such kind of dominant narratives also tend to gloss over the other kinds of interactions that happened in the East particularly. So the other better known and the other now better known and recognized connect is the diverse cultural aspects ranging from, say, food, material culture, and lifeways, like some of the speakers earlier had talked about the cultural connect, civilizational connect. The general impression that people outside have about Indian food, for instance, is food culture is very closely associated, say, for example, religion. That's believed to be following more conventional food culture from that perspective. However, a visit to the Northeast by anyone from outside the region can dismiss such a notion, and the same can be said about someone from the Northeast, say, visiting the street food night market, say, in Thailand or northern Thailand, Chiang Mai, which can make them feel so at home to see the street food, especially the selling of edible insects, for instance. So entomophagy, or including edible insects in the dietary system, is quite widespread in the Northeast, and which is also very similar to the cultures of Southeast Asia. So therefore, the cultural commonalities are discussed. When cultural commonalities are discussed, these very intimate community spaces, which play very important role in forming associations or alliances, must be taken into account. While the Lucas policy earlier was more focused on strategic and economic relations with Southeast Asia, the new avatar of it as Act East policy looked to expand the sphere of it by promoting more aggressive economic cooperations, building networks, using cultural ties and strategic relations at multiple levels with countries of Asia-Pacific region. And in this, Northeast is considered important in providing connectivity. The scope and potential for collaboration, therefore, between India and Southeast Asia is immense, but a meaningful and far-reaching effect can emerge from the perspective of Northeast if it is directly participating in collaborative activities with, say, institutions of Southeast Asia. At an individual level, many from Northeast are trying to learn about Southeast Asian cultures, and this is post-globalization. Particularly, Thailand is seen as an example, say, in agricultural entrepreneurship. It's interesting that even textile tradition nowadays is becoming one of the areas that's catching the attention of people in the Northeast. And not to talk about the popular culture. You know, many people, say, in Manipur, Mizoram, and Nagaland are learning to speak, say, Korean via the web dramas and web series that is aired. So taking them closer to the East Asian cultures. So as a concluding remark, I would say that centering the periphery is thus a regional approach adopted here to locate the region as the central point from where to see its own positioning in our trans-regional context. It's like saying, you know, on a clear day, I can not only see China, I can not only see Myanmar or Bangladesh, but I can also see India. So throughout the colonial period and even well after independence, the significance of the history of the region and its people was attached more to the idea of seeing it as an extended territory of the center. It is only now in the postmodernist sense, the individualized characteristics of the societies and cultures of Northeast are getting highlighted by the people themselves, supported by some of the policies adopted by the government. So the Act East policy of 2014 may be perhaps seen as a way to rectify the limitations in visualizing the region's prospect in promoting the South-South regionalism by localizing the engagement and by promoting exchanges between institutions and people. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dal. I understand that the third speaker, Dr. Aragu Perumal, is not present. Instead, we have screening of a short film, Indo-ASEAN Wildlife Connect. Sorry, I stand corrected. We have another speaker. We will now request Dr. Vijay Sakhuja, Director, School of Integrated Coastal and Maritime Security Studies, Rashtriya Raksha University, to give his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a pleasure for me, all the way from Gujarat, to participate in a conference in Chennai. Let me thank Commodore Vasan and, of course, C3S for this opportunity. I'm afraid I'm unable to be physically present, and the constraint is purely on my side. Anyway, thank you very much for inviting me. Well, I chose to speak on being a mariner by profession, and of course, as a as an analyst on matters maritime, I chose to talk about maritime connectivity, although the title of my paper is Shipping in the Bay of Bengal. But then when I got down to putting my remarks together, I realized there's much more than I can talk about shipping. I'm tempted to recall before I make my full-length remarks, there is a word destiny in the title of the conference. And what prompted me quickly to go back to one of my books about 3 years ago. It is a co-authored volume titled Sea of Collective Destiny, Bay of Bengal and BIMSTEC. And the word destiny was very, very attractive, and I was simply taken in for that matter, that matters destiny are finding reference and relevance in the India-ASEAN discourse. And we've had a good narrative, a very, very profound narrative on matters historical, and I thought I'll start with that. I think we've had, besides the maritime connections, religious connections, having lived in that region, I find that there is a lot of Indianness, or as the historians would call it, as Little India or Greater India, as it appears in the historical discourse. There is a connect. And when I look at Bay of Bengal, as a matter of fact, this was a lake of sorts. It could be, some would refer it to as the India Lake, but I guess it was a lake which is, and it still is, a lake of destiny. Ladies and gentlemen, the Romans, the Arabs, the Persian, from civilization, the Chinese, Southeast Asian, they all came here. They traded. But the best part of the Bay of Bengal trade, or for that matter, that period trade, was high value, but low volume. And they would trail from all kinds of directions. They would come in, coming in from, say, China, or going from here. Port in Sumatra, Palembang, became a center where the Buddhist monks would come, spend some time, about 6 months, read up the Buddhist grammar, or for that matter, study Buddhist grammar before they came all the way to Tamralipti. And the route was, of course, coasting along the Bay of Bengal, right, and littorals, and then land up in West Bengal. So there is a lot that we can talk about connectivity, historical, the kind of goods that you would move along in this region. And, in that context, I'm only tempted to once again mention about Kalinga Kingdom, which established trading links. And of course, we talk about the Bali Yatra and other things which come in. Another kind of, let me say, kingdom, which I want to refer, and I published a book on that, the Cholas. Chola had built up a massive maritime empire, and their influence could be seen both laterally into peninsular India and going all the way into Southeast Asia. They had a very sophisticated trading system that had emerged, Chola ships moving up and down, or from going to Srivijaya, etc., etc. One finds that there is a lot of continuity from the past. That is, what we are doing today in the 21st century, as far as matters maritime are concerned, I think we are reliving what was being done over there. And the Bay of Bengal littorals, I call them the littorals, Bangladesh, Myanmar, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, Sri Lanka, and India. I think they are in a process of maritime rejuvenation. Maritime components, although none of the countries make any reference to in terms of the maritime component in their respective GDPs, but it is fair to infer that it could be anything about 35 to 40% as far as their GDPs are concerned. I'm going to delve into a couple of maritime connectivity dimensions. I want to talk about, first and foremost, rather never really discussed in the mainstream discourse on Bay of Bengal, is about the issue about landlocked countries, and it's the hinterland connectivity that Bay of Bengal offers. Particularly in this context, I'm talking about Bhutan and Nepal in our context, in the sense that ports, they are reliant, both these countries, landlocked, hinterland connectivity, so they are reliant on, particularly in ports in Kolkata and Visakhapatnam, Chennai. Of course, they've started now another connectivity passage which comes all the way from Nepal to Gujarat in the Arabian Sea. But hinterland, or for that matter, landlocked countries are part and parcel. No wonder they form part of the BIMSTEC also. So when we talk about India, ASEAN, it's fair to, of course, they may be on the periphery, but very much a part and parcel of the maritime trading ecosystem, which would be rather, I can't say prevalent then, but surely it is prevalent now, and they make a lot of sense. My next issue I'm going to talk about is ports. Ports very important, and we are very fortunate amongst the top 50 container ports. Two, at least I can talk about three, rather. Singapore, of course. In Malaysia, I can count two ports, Port Kelang and Tanjung Pelepas. And in Colombo, in Sri Lanka, I think they are major ports. And Bay of Bengal maritime connectivity in terms of transshipment, whether all the littorals really communicate with them in terms of the ships, short sea shipping comes in. And Chennai port is one which is coming in, and it can now handle 5th generation container vessels. When I talk about 5th generation container vessels, I'm talking about 5,000 to 8,000 vessels. Of course, container vessels these days, just 2 months ago, a container vessel which can carry 24,000 plus containers has been commissioned, but then they're on the main container route, China to Europe, or from across the Pacific, from China or from Korea, all the way towards mainland US. But in short sea shipping, we find that Chennai port is another addition we can, but it is yet to find a place in the top 60 or 70 ports that we are talking about. Now, shipping, essentially, when we talk about, since it's a maritime space, it is very natural shipping is going to be there. Few ports are there. But much of this, I call it as short sea shipping. And it only involves liquid bulk, crude oil, petroleum products, and the dry cargo would generally be about coal, iron ore, grain, bauxite, fertilizer, that's the dry cargo that we move on. And but the big problem is, while we talk about it's very easy for armchair strategists, including me, who sit down and make up connections between port A to B to C. I noticed that there is absence, or rather harmonization of cabotage laws. This is one kind of a challenge when we're talking about harmonizing shipping, or kind of creating a little more, let's say, comfort zone for the shipping, or more shipping to come in, because the problem is of cabotage laws. Another very attractive, proposition I have, but I'm going to tamper it with certain kind of challenges also. That's about, well, you're all familiar with Kra Canal. It's been there. It keeps coming up and down. Sometimes more recent ones are that the Chinese are going to invest in the development of Kra Canal, which is going to connect Bay of Bengal. So that's a great opportunity, and all the way to Gulf of Thailand. Cut across, as a matter of fact, squeeze the Straits of Malacca. Not that it is going to lose its relevance in the international commerce, but then there is an opportunity here. And similarly, I also would like to mention about Setu Samudram Canal project. Again, both are attractive options, but one must temper these basically in terms of environmental disaster that they may bring. Most environmentalists will put a red flag over there. And again, we don't have any research or study to tell us that whether at what cost, whether it is really in terms of course, there's a viability which can be done. We're talking about undersea tunnels, but then here is a question about environmental impact. That assessment we still don't have. The other issue I want to talk about is in the Bay of Bengal. We have a very lucrative, or rather very attractive option, which comes in the form of marine leisure industry. And in this marine leisure industry, when we talk about, I'm going to talk about a bit about marine cruise liners, and also about marinas, for that matter. Let me say waterfronts or the beach that we are talking about. But marine leisure industry, somehow the cruise liners give it a pass. Hardly any vessel would come in. Occasionally you'll find one vessel coming into Chennai or someplace, or all the way going to Chittagong. But most of the time we find that the cruise liners give it a pass. And that's because of lack of infrastructure. Also, cruise liner industry doesn't feature into the national agendas. But there is also a good story I must talk about in terms of marine tourism, purely in the context of, let's say, recreation. We have great destinations such as Phuket and Langkawi. Now, these are offer us great options, but somehow from the Indian side, I don't have a good example. There has been some talk about opening about Port Blair, but then it makes a good triangle in terms of Langkawi, Phuket, and Port Blair. But then it again depends on how the Indian government looks at it. This is an opportunity. After all, there are pristine islands. They don't want to damage these. It has also got a lot of strategic value, purely in terms of the military. So there is an opportunity, but it'll be, I think, even if the government decides it or three countries join together to form this consortium of, let's say, recreation in the Bay of Bengal, I think they'll be a little more cautious of the fact that what will be the environmental impact, particularly in the context of Andaman Nicobar Islands. Let me also introduce to you another very interesting facet. After all, Bay of Bengal and in early sessions, a lot has been talked about in terms of connectivity, the temple, the religious connections, etc. There is a lot of heritage around. Now, it's an opportunity for the Bay of Bengal littorals, that is when I talk about the India and ASEAN, to think about the heritage trade. It can be a great opportunity in terms of you touch a port, it goes into the hinterland. I think that could encourage even the cruise liner industry, who could then be tempted to enter into the Bay of Bengal and conduct this business. So it's again a new idea that I'm suggesting we could look at it. Of course, there's a lot which has been written about connectivity projects, Mekong India Economic Corridor, the Trilateral Highway, the BCM project. They all have brought in a large number of infrastructure projects. But the question still remains is economic viability. And in terms of what do they bring in terms of the economic growth? There is certainly an opportunity, but what kind of infrastructure for that, financial kitty that would be needed in? The other issue I want to talk about is that, there is also, since we're talking about ports, there's going to be investment. And a recent report suggests that in the 90s, much of the Asian trade was, about 60-70% of the Asian trade was going towards Europe or to the Americas. The new report suggests us that a lot of going to be intra-Asian trade. And that's where Bay of Bengal fits in. That's where we were talking about port development projects, connectivity projects. But then if that be the opportunity, I would suggest that, a kind of a port city network. ASEAN already has a kind of a sophisticated network. ASEAN also already has a maritime connectivity long-term plan. Can that be dovetailed, or not dovetailed, rather they could be work and explore opportunities or convergences between India's Sagarmala and ASEAN maritime connectivity plan? I see an opportunity where both sides can work together. I think, again, borrowing best business practices as far as matters maritime are concerned will be a useful option in this point. And at the heart of it, we also noticed that we are moving towards smart ports. And by some estimates, only smart ports will be able to find their place in the top 20. And if at all the Bay of Bengal littorals feel they want to be part of this highly globalized, rather digitally globalized world, they will have to invest in a digital infrastructure. And we are soon going to see another 5-7 years from now, autonomous shipping coming in. Can a kind of a, let me say, a project can be initiated between India and ASEAN for the Bay of Bengal to look at this autonomous shipping, because it's an open roadstead in terms of maritime way passage. So it is not congested, and it gives us an opportunity to explore digital part of the maritime commerce. Finally, I think there is a geographic advantage Bay of Bengal. In that context, India and ASEAN enjoy, and commerce, maritime trading, which has been a very traditional form of conduct of business between the two entities, right, can be really looked at, but it had to be technologically, sophisticated. Commerce of old days of contemporary time may not work. We're talking about 10 years from now. Then we need to have a highly sophisticated, technologically advanced maritime trading system. There is also the issue about digital development, as I mentioned very briefly about, but sharing knowledge would be very, very important. And everybody would have to be brought on board so that we can work together in terms of the port infrastructure, which is common in terms of our sharing of, let's say, best practices in port management would be a useful way. So finally, 3-4 suggestions. Explore, I would call it heritage trade. Look at port city network, digitalization of the port infrastructure, because smart ports only will survive. And certainly this all covers up into economics, looks at people-to-people contact when we talk about shipping, and not to forget, people these days want to spend money, they want to have fun. Marine leisure industry is a growth industry. I'll stop at that. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Sakuja. Now it's time for the short film.
Good afternoon and warm greetings to distinguished members and esteemed guests. I'm Devjyoti Saha, Research Intern in Chennai Center for China Studies. So we have already discussed 2 C's out of the 3 C's, that is culture and connectivity. Commerce is left, that we'll be discussing in the 3rd session. So allow me to enter another C, a unique one. We have a unique connection between India and ASEAN, that is the India-ASEAN Wildlife Connect. Both India and ASEAN countries are global biodiversity hotspots where we harbor many unique wildlife species, from the fiercest of reptiles to the prettiest of birds, from the smallest of spiders to the largest of tigers, which is also the national animal of both India and Malaysia. So we have a lot in common. But one major issue of concern is that many of these species are facing the imminent threat of extinction because they are critically endangered, like the white-winged wood duck, which is the state animal of Assam, the cap langur. So this is the time when both India and our partners from ASEAN should come together and work towards conservation. This photographic short film is just a small conservational effort to raise awareness about the beautiful ecological relationship that we hold, and to raise awareness for the need to preserve this biodiverse heritage. Thank you.
Hope all of you enjoyed a very wonderful collection captured by Mr. Dev Jyoti. Now we will move on to the question answer sessions. I hand over the session to the session chair. You can moderate this question answer, sir. Thank you. Audience, the mics will be passed on to you. So if you have any questions, please raise your hands. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I'm Colonel Hariharan. This is to Dr. Chakrabarti. It is well to speak of integrating Northeast with the rest of India. I have lived in Northeast for 12 years, so I can talk authoritatively. Do they want to be integrated? I am sorry to say, only now they are realizing it is part of the mistake of the rest of India, but we cannot ignore that the Northeast should empower itself. It had not done for various historical reasons. I don't want to go in. That is my observation. How would you like to take it further? I want to ask, because everybody is criticizing the government. How would you like to? There had been representatives. ASEAN was the one, the Congress president during partition was the one who persuaded Gandhiji that Assam should remain very much in India. So historically, it had been there. How would you visualize this?
Thank you. Thank you for raising this very pertinent question. And my response would be obviously as somebody coming from academics, not as a politician here, of course. And also as someone hailing from the region. I think one of the basic problem had been right from independence period, not really having a very inclusive kind of policy development that is taking into account the what the people in the region, how would they like to be part of India. I'm not talking into the more controversial kind of areas that is to do with secessionism, separation, and all of those things. I don't want to enter into that dialogue because it's something I don't specialize in. But in terms of making a more inclusive kind of a policy, the angst in the region, the way I understand, has been that the region was not well represented in the mainstream, whether it is to do with representing it in the discourses or generating awareness about the region, about the people, because the population in the region generally see themselves as distinctly different from the rest of India. That, of course, goes back to long historical journeys that people experienced, since prehistoric times. So they have a very different kind of a cultural tradition, historical tradition, which must be taken into account because one thing one can say would be that the stronger nationalism can emerge only when you recognize and acknowledge the diversity that exists, rather than doing away with the diversity. So also one of the things that is much discussed in the region among the common people is that uh, um, how it finds any space in the way other regions are taught, say, for example, in school syllabus. There's hardly anything in school books about the history, about the people, about the region and culture in that sense. So therefore, there is a lack of awareness about the region. It's to do with some of those lapses. So definitely people have, of course, been talking about that kind of an integration, because integration can truly happen when you recognize the diversity, at the same time create platforms for greater interaction between so-called mainstream and the peripheries kind of thing. So I would stop here to answer in my way. Thank you.
I'd like to ask a couple of questions, one to Dr. Chakravarti and the other one is if Mr. Vijay Sakhuja is still connected. I'd like to ask him a question as well. So, Dr. Chakravarti, in your view, what are the areas of industry or agriculture that can be developed in Northeast in order to be viable when we have connectivity in place? That's my question. What would you pick and choose, in terms of the strengths of the Northeast, and how can that be developed? If you can further elaborate on that. To Vijay Sakhuja, my question is about transshipment, because we find, for example, fruit from Thailand in Chiang Mai goes all the way to Mumbai and then is shipped to the Northeast, because we can't transship it in Kolkata port, Hooghly port, for instance, because of the, there's not enough depth in the waters. So, is there a way to develop a network of transshipment with the bordering countries, Northeast, Bengal, and Eastern Seaboard, with the Southeast Asian countries? If he can talk about that.
Vijay Sakhuja or Swaminathan can answer. There used to be flourishing, prosperous shipping between Nagapattinam, Chennai, Penang, and Singapore. Few decades ago, it caught fire. How is it that it is not registered in the minds of people that we must resume shipping service among these countries? That is one. The second question is, till about 1955, there used to be shipping service between Govt and Calcutta. Why is there any attempt to revive that? Because if you take the railway line, you have to go all the way to the Chicken's Neck, 36 hours it takes. Then the connectivity is so apparent. I used to teach in Shillong in the Northeastern Hill University. There is an area known as Leban, where the Bengalis are concentrated. By about 10 o'clock in the morning, hills of fish used to come from Bangladesh. Now it has become very, very... Why do we prevent natural flow of trade? Then the other thing is that I used to visit Northeast India quite often, thanks to ICSSR Eastern Center. I once went to the Bangladesh-Meghalaya border, where thrice a week they allow barter trade. The Kasi ladies used to carry about 50 kg in their back, go, and on the other side also there are Kasis, so what they like palm, lime and all this. And when I spoke to one lady, she said, I get a profit about 800 rupees, but I like to give 200 rupees to the border security force. Otherwise, they will throw away all these things. All this talk about connectivity and all will not succeed. The border security force behaves like thugs. Last one, I went to Imphal, Manipur University, few years ago to hold a YOC examination. There I met a Naga student from Myanmar who had come. I asked him, was it very difficult for you to get a student visa from the Indian embassy in Rangoon? He just laughed. Why are you laughing? I asked him. Sir, I just crossed the mountains, come here. During the vacation, I called the mountains. And as a Naga, if I go to the Indian embassy in Rangoon for a student visa, I'll never get it.
I think lot of the, just go first here and then I'll go to you, Mr. Wadhwa. The trade transaction is happening, and it's more like what I said. There is certain colonial legacy that's continuing even today in some of the border areas, because earlier the British had introduced what is called this weekly fair or bazaars, to allow people who are within the inner line areas and outer line areas to come together for exchanging goods. Creating that space for interaction, at different points. That's how you have like doors, for instance, and then in different parts of erstwhile NEFA areas. So the similar kind of concepts seem to be still working in other kinds of border areas, like if you go to More, for instance, and then that is the Manipur-Myanmar border market area, or you can say the border market. And then you have, like what you said, with Bangladesh in various parts. So these are happening very informally, and there's a cross-border happening at a very local kind of a level. But if it can be institutionalized and formalized, somewhat allowing greater connectivity, that is infrastructure development and all those kinds of things. There was an attempt, I guess, but I don't know what is the extent of success of those efforts made by the government, because it, of course, requires support from the other side as well. So this is where I guess that diplomacy will come into picture. And there's a lot of scope, just to move to Ambassador Wadhwa's question about what kind of agricultural products can be used for trade and other things. There's a lot of demand, and also people are suddenly becoming aware of the need for what is called like organic products in the Northeast, and particularly some of the more in demand are, say, ginger, for instance. Ginger is very much in demand, and some of the local people are taking initiative to organize themselves to procure ginger from, say, organic farmers in different parts of the Northeast, different states. And then they work, I think, now with government for exporting them to some of the Southeast Asian countries or even to some Western countries. So it's happening more at a very individual initiative kind of things. People who have had exposure to, say, IIM and kind of institutions are moving back to take the initiative. So if right kind of support is provided by the government, there's a lot to actually span out. And when I was talking about, say, textile, for instance, I know of people who are working in this field and who are also now keeping in line with the international demand for, say, what is called organic textile, producing the locally produced, say, using sericulture, the local silk, and also how they are dyeing, following the international norms and practices so that there is more market for them. But they are struggling because of the financial issues and not getting kind of support that they should be getting. So those are areas, I think, at a very micro level also, which needs to be, I think, surveyed and traced by the government to tap into. And one thing I know is that the government started the Guwahati Thailand airlink, and it's just to Thailand sort of, but the frequency is not very good, and the connectivity is, yes. So air connectivity is only now, I think few of the states are having airports started in, recently. And how successful are those airports in driving the connectivity? And we still have to travel like, hours, overnights to reach places in the Northeast. So along with the mental distance, it's, of course, the physical distance leads to mental distance. So that is still not tapped. And there is a lot of scope definitely in the Northeast, and there are areas. And I think institutional, like tea, for instance, is one area. Assam is known as the grower of tea, but the majority of the stakeholders are not getting the benefit from tea. They're growing it, but it's mainly the corporate tea companies who will be particularly benefiting. So there's a scope for tea growing and tea industry at a very local level, and people are trying to sort of capitalize on demand for different varieties of tea nowadays, drinking tea. So if I remember, there was this question from one of my very senior colleague and friend from Chiang Mai University, who was very keen to have a collaboration with some institutions in the Northeast for exploring or doing research on, say, silk, and on tea. So if institutions come together to do research on this thing, there will be more people-to-people contact at a very different level, which can also bring in the grassroots stakeholders who can directly benefit from such initiatives. So these are areas, I think, which are not really much discussed when the policies are being drawn at a very top level, and how much of it is actually taking the grassroots into account when planning them. So this is my response, brief response. Thank you.
Dr. Sakuja, you may answer, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much for two very, very interesting questions. Well, at the heart of shipping is the word called profit. And the shipping companies, or for that matter, shipping agents, are always looking for profit, where it is lucrative from destination A to B. Again, it also depends on the availability of goods. Of course, transshipment becomes very, very attractive and lucrative for simple reason. There is a small little money to be made whenever the destination comes in. Say Singapore does a lot on destination. Of course, it is not consuming so much, but it does most of it is transshipment. Similarly for Colombo, or for that matter, let's say in Dubai or Abu Dhabi, these ports. So transshipment is actually meant for where big liners come in, they pick up the cargo containers and then move along. But in the Bay of Bengal, we don't have those many commodities, and the commodities are of low value. And so most companies would shy away. That's one of the reasons. But in the same breath, I must also add, there is an opportunity in terms of connecting port to port. And we have a good example of what we began earlier was Port Blair to Sabang. Now, that was a good opportunity to connect up with, say, Indonesia. Local products can come in, almost about, let's say, 24 hours of voyage. It could be connected, but it didn't happen, take off. Again, the question was profit. Earlier, it was all symbolic. The government's encouraging it, put it on record to say, okay, it is viable, doable. But if you were to ask a private enterprise, now you're going to be running let's say, a cargo service, or for that matter, even let's say a tourist service or a passenger service between Port Blair and Sabang, well, there'll be not many takers. But there is another good story about movement of vehicles instead of going by the road route from Chennai, which is automobile cluster, all the way to Chittagong. So it'll be select commodities where the profits are. There is also now another opportunity which comes in to connect up with Campbell Bay, which the government is thinking of setting up a free trade zone over there in terms of, again, transshipment between Thailand. So it'll be again destination to destination, and this is where, when I mentioned about ports network will become important, and the shipping companies that get encouraged. Of course, there's going to be a voyage which will bring in, say, certain commodities all the way from, say, Thailand, Myanmar, or for that matter, Malaysia, even Singapore, right? And sometimes we also must take into consideration that there are commodities which are perishable. And we may not have the kind of capacities in terms of containers, or for that matter, the way to transport them. So you would find some things coming all the way to Mumbai and then reaching up northeast or whichever destination. In those cases, the traders prefer the air route. About the Bay of Bengal, I mean, shipping, I would say, limited in volume, because diversification of commodities is very, very important. And bulk of it is in terms of dry cargo, value addition is hardly any there, and most of the value addition would be going to transshipment hubs. That's why short sea shipping becomes important, and that's where the nodes come in terms of port networks where commodities can be moved. I hope I've answered these questions to the two persons who asked me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add one small thing. Recently, another thing which is really being looked at by the local entrepreneurs in the Northeast is what is called ecotourism, or adventure tourism, actually. And in 2015 or 16, I think there was a car rally which was flagged off from Delhi to Manipur and via Myanmar to Thailand. So these they talked about like Asian highway or highway to Thailand from India. I don't know what happened to that, but at a very local level, there are groups, young people groups coming together to conduct motorbike rallies, from Imphal, Manipur to Thailand, Myanmar, Thailand, and all, and going all the way to Southeast Asia. Now, all of those facilities are, if taken care of, infrastructure built, developed, there's a lot of scope for connectivity and in flow or mobility of people from either side, both sides. So these are areas, I don't know why it's not really taking off when we talk of Act East policy.
Sir, one more question. This question is to Ms. Kirlo. You talk about business with ASEAN and about having a similar governance structure. Now, 3 of the ASEAN countries are actually Commonwealth countries, so there must be a great deal of similarity, because Australia, of course, is still a dominion, so there must be a good amount of similarity. And in fact, Australia and India, I'm sure, have a lot in common, both being Commonwealth countries, and the Commonwealth connection really never gets used. And the other thing is, Australia is a major provider of tertiary education, and ASEAN countries have been major recipients of the same. So doesn't that automatically give a close connection between ASEAN and Australia? I mean, in fact, India is a major recipient of Australian education. So thank you.
Thank you very much for those observations. You're absolutely right. Australia has a close relationship with many of the ASEAN countries that spans our kind of economic strength. So the structure of the Australian economy means we are primarily an exporter of resources and agricultural commodities, and education services, tourism services as well. And then the countries of Southeast Asia and India also have more strength in manufacturing than we do, and we receive those goods. That's why something like a free trade agreement can really capitalize on the complementarity of our economies there. I think what's kind of interesting for this forum to think about and look at is how can Australia be part of India's Act East agenda? How can we work together where we have a sort of shared interest in that? So, of course, we spoke about ASEAN centrality in our mutual vision of the Indo-Pacific. We have formats such as the East Asia Summit, where we all cooperate and collaborate. But then there are also other minilateral groupings, so Australia, Indonesia, India, for example, meeting at leaders level to discuss some of the regional imperatives. The Commonwealth link, yes, but I think also more the sort of shared strategic vision for an open, prosperous, and inclusive region.
Sees the diverse culture, religion, history connecting India and ASEAN, which will also raise the security tension in Northeast region, such as insurgency, trans-regional movements, political tensions between Northeast governments, exploitation of natural resources, and illegal activities through the transnational highway, which is connecting India, Myanmar. And ma'am, how do you think these concerns will be dealt by Indian government as well as ASEAN government at the ground level, ma'am?
Well, I can only highlight the issues and problems because thank you anyway for bringing up this question again. Well, I'm not somebody to say how they should do, but definitely they should look at it. And I have raised the issues here, and some work has already, I think, been made in terms of building greater connectivity or developing certain areas because it also requires a lot of political will. It doesn't just happen. And some works are being done, which are becoming little visible in terms of how the region for the last at least 2 decades has become much more calm in terms of the restiveness. Because for any kind of development, you need to have peace, right? So that peaceful condition seems to be prevailing at the moment, the reason why there are certain development activities happening in the region. But it does require a lot more emphasis on the region and how government can make the region also a participant in the process, taking the region's interest into account and not just seeing it from the foreign policy perspective per se. So the region has to be at the center as well, to make it feel more included. That inclusive development, one of the earliest speakers, Admiral Chauhan, was talking about that inclusivity. So yeah.
One last question I have here. A decade ago, Australian DFAT described Australian foreign policy as 6 plus 2 plus N. 6 important partners plus 2 regional forums plus Australian neighborhood. A decade later, now with an assertive China, Vision Indo-Pacific via Quad, etc., where does India and ASEAN stand in Australian foreign policy?
Thank you very much for that question. And I believe the formulation came from Peter Varghese, who was also Australia's High Commissioner here and was author of our India Economic Strategy. So in the initial formulation, 6 plus 2 plus N, if I remember correctly, the 6 were the United States, the United Kingdom, New Zealand, China, Japan, and India. So India was already in the top 6 relationships a decade ago. The 2 regional organizations were the G20 and the East Asia Summit, which of course is the sort of expanded vision of ASEAN as a regional hub, and the neighborhood is our Southwest Pacific. Probably, a decade hence, we've had our Indo-Pacific strategy, which still frames Australian foreign policy as having a primary focus that goes from the west coast of India through Southeast Asia, North Asia, and across to the United States. So that holds. Where I think the Australian government has invested much more heavily in recent years is our immediate neighbourhood, the Southwest Pacific. We talk about our Pacific family, a region where Australia has some particular responsibilities, some particular development investments. we now spend the highest percentage of our development funding in the Pacific. So I don't think there's been any reduction in focus, but I think there has become more effort given to foreign policy. We live in a more contested world. There are big geopolitical strains at play. We have to be more active. We have to work with our partners. We have to think of new groupings like the Quad or the minilaterals that I mentioned in order to address those tensions. And for me, I joined the Foreign Service some time ago, and even the Foreign Service in Australia has expanded in size. The number of regional missions that we have has grown. We now have an embassy or a high commission, depending on the status, in each of the Pacific countries. Some of these are very small places, but we know we have to have an Australian presence. So yeah, 6 plus 2 plus N. Peter Vagis is a very smart man. There hasn't been that much shift, but probably the N now, we'd be very sure to write it with a capital N.
Thank you. I think we're running out of time, and everybody's hungry. So, thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, distinguished speakers. May I now invite Commodore R.S. Vasan to the stage to felicitate Honorable Consul General of Australia, Sarah Curlew. May I kindly request the session chair, Ambassador S. Swaminathan, sir, to felicitate Dr. Dharitri Nasri Chakravarti. May I also request Ambassador S. Swaminathan to felicitate Mr. Dev Jyoti. Thank you, distinguished speakers. We have reached the end of session 2. We will be breaking for lunch now. The lunch has been arranged in the Greenways Hall adjacent to the conference venue. We request all of you to be kindly back by 1:35. My apologies, 2:35, as we will begin with our third session on trade, commerce, and framework for regional integration. See you all. Thank you.